like football.
So if you think about where you've been able to get earnings growth, it's been in this part of the market. One of my concerns is longer term, how sustainable is that growth? And a couple of firms have been highlighting this lately. You know, you have massive capex and the hyperscalers trying to ramp up their investments in AI. But basically, that's all recognized as revenue today, but the expensing is amortized over multiple years. So the more we spend, the better off we are. But if you never get a return on that investment, it's going to be a problem. Or if the return on the investment is 7 years from now, it's a problem. So I am worried about the concentration in the market, but I don't think that necessarily means you move out of cap weighted into equal weighted. I think you just really want to be careful on your security selection.
It's so interesting you say that, because Bank of America's investor survey earlier this week talked about this idea that more investors are rewarding companies for capital expenditures versus taking care of their balance sheets. Does that continue on, or does that change at some point? Do we start to get worried about how much spending these giants are doing?
Well, it's interesting. If you go back a few years ago, part of the whole story of why tech was doing so well, it was capital light, high margins. And now the exciting part of tech is incredibly capital intensive. And so, again, there's a bit of a worry there that if we think back to 99, 2000, we loved that people were pumping money into CapEx and, you know, fiber optic cables and servers. At some point, we realized that maybe that wasn't the right approach.
I think about it a lot, dude. Cisco. I mean, they were paying so much, everyone was, to lay cable, and it turned out not to pay off until like 7 years later.
Yeah, I mean, the hard part of all of this, though, is I don't think any of us would disagree that AI is going to be revolutionary, and you want to spend the money because you'll get returns. The question is, how long can it last? And I wish I were smart enough to make that call, but I do think it's probably wise to put a little money off the table.
Well, okay, there's the argument that maybe it's like the .com and it's like laying cable, but then there's the other argument that this is railroads, that this is infrastructure, not only that the U.S. needs, but every country needs, and if you don't have it, you're going to be left behind. How do you decide between which of the two poles we're standing at?
I think that's where you basically go through stock by stock and you figure out which one is most likely to have that pole position to be in the lead in this area, which one is being most careful about their capital allocation while dumping the right amount of money into it. It's a hard question to answer. Unfortunately, I can't give you that answer right now because I don't know it.
What sectors do you like outside of tech? You know, if you look at the S&P 493, and obviously there are a lot of tech companies in that, but if you look at the rest of the S&P, where do you see the most opportunity?
Well, honestly, where I see the most opportunity might be in non-U.S. equities at this point beyond tech. And tech U.S. looks great. I do think in the near term, you could have some beneficiaries from rate cuts. You've already mentioned this earlier. I believe small caps actually are a beneficiary of rate cuts, so there could be a positive opportunity there. But when you really start looking outside of that kind of tech longer term story, and then more recently financial services, more of a cyclical deregulation credit cycle story being better than expected on the credit cycle. You know, I think right now a lot of the parts of the market, the old economy parts of the market, are most negatively affected by tariffs. They're most negatively affected by immigration policy changes. And so when I think about this, I think the best opportunities for investors right now may well be outside the U.S., and I would highlight emerging markets in Japan at the top of that list, partly because those equities I think have upside, but also because I think the dollar has meaningful downside. And from a total return perspective, investing unhedged outside the U.S. could be a good place to put that next dollar of capital.
I know you have been talking about this, Danny, but I just want to point out quickly on the small caps. Yeah. I keep falling back on this BI piece that Michael Casper and Nathaniel Wellnhofer put out this morning, showing that small caps are the biggest beneficiary of rate cuts. If you go back across all the cutting cycles, large caps have averaged a 15% gain. Small caps have averaged a 17%.
Hello, my name is DrPaulCottrell. We are doing a live stream on September 17th on Rumble, on YouTube, on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, simulcasting on X Spaces. So there's many modalities to watch the live stream. Thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. Please help support the work that I do by making sure you subscribe to all the channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. You can follow me on X and on GETTR. You can also follow me on Patreon and Substack. All the links are in the description of this video and all my videos. Please help support the work by sharing the links, asking your social media to follow me. And if you like the free content that I provide, because I put out all this news commentary and live streaming for free, I have thousands of videos out there for free. Please help support the work by purchasing the products that I have. I have ebooks, supplements, and course material on pulmonology and immunology. And you can also donate on my website through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee. You can be a paid member to my Patreon channel or my Substack channel, or even Buy Me a Coffee. It's a great way to help support the work that I do, especially if you're overseas and you can't purchase the supplements. You can help support the work that I do by donating. So I greatly appreciate everybody helping to support the channel. And I have very high quality supplements. And if you follow my healthcare protocol, my anti-aging protocol, you will start to notice similar benefits that I have. All right. In terms of boosting up your immune system, noticing a visible slowing down of the aging process, you getting healthy. It's a holistic approach. If you follow me on this, you follow the protocol, take it, and you do it regularly, you will notice huge benefits. So, and again, it's what I do. I have a very extensive anti-aging protocol. But the key here is to have more vitality, to have more longevity, and to boost up your different systems like your immune system, your endocrine system, and brain function, cardiovascular system. Very important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The fall and the winter season is approaching, and it's very important that you pay attention to me, listen in between the sentences that I say, and be prepared for what's coming. There is something that's going to be coming in the fall and the winter. You have to be prepared. Now, I have to be coy about how I say it because of the censorship. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the lozenges and the drops. They're very high quality structural nanosilver lozenges. The moment you have a irritation, take the drops or the lozenges right away to mitigate the problem. Now, for the drops, they're smaller. You can get it in blueberry, cherry flavor, or even honey and lemon. Get 100 in each bag. Get a few bags for your household. Very high quality. Take it right away when you have that throat irritation. I also have lozenges in elderberry zinc. The elderberry zinc lozenges are larger than the drops. You get 21 in each bag. Get a few bags for your household. But be prepared. You're going to need it. Fall and winter. Trust me on this. Be prepared. All right. Today's a big day for the markets. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,606, and the VIX index is trading at 16. The Fed is going to announce potentially their rate cut. What's baked in the cake here is about 25 basis points. If they surprise the market and put 50 basis points, the market will rally a lot. But I suspect that the market will rally today a little bit, but I don't think it'll surpass the 6,700 mark. Right now, the 6,700 is a resistance level. Support level 6,500. My overall year-end target is anywhere from 6,800 to 7,000. And we're approaching that 7,000, the higher probability of a 7,000 hit with that, especially if there's a 50 basis point cut for this year. So pay attention to the markets. We're going to follow it along through this session, but equities are going to rally. All right. So if they don't cut, which is a low probability, then equities probably will sell off today. All right. Let's take a look at they were interviewing all right, I want to listen to Franklin Templeton, CEO, about the economy here. Come on, too many commercials.
From an ancient motif, but through a modern lens. Chevron's clean lines and bold angles are brought to life.
The market's gearing up for this decision. Maybe we'll stay with this. Do you want to talk over this? We can do that.
Absolutely.
All right, let's keep looking at pictures. That's a great idea. But join us now, and we'll get a shot of her later with her take on the market, just so you know it's really her, not someone imitating Jenny Johnson. It really is the CEO of Franklin Templeton. Has $1.6 trillion in assets under management. That might be bigger than the UK. No, I'm kidding. It's not. That day, right? Let's bring it back to this.
Yes.
Bring it back to this country.
Yeah. What do you think?
25 basis points. What do you want?
I think it's 25. I think, look, you had the revisions in the employment of the 900,000 jobs, but the reality is that was really backward looking, right? And so if you actually look at what's going on, you had wage growth at 4%. In some cases, it was 5%. That's kind of an indication that there's a pretty robust labor market. Retail sales are up, consumers still spending. Inflation's pretty sticky at 3%. I think it's a blurry picture. And so then I guess, and I know non-farm payrolls are down. Guess, well, why is that? Why is it that it feels like this could be a balance? Well, we went from 3 million immigrants in 2023 to 1 million, probably less. So you have less people coming into the workforce. Productivity, which had for a decade had been 1 to 1.5%, is now 2 to 2.5% in the U.S. So businesses are getting more productive. You see it in corporate earnings. I mean, I think that it's a blurry picture. And if I were Powell, I'd go with the 25%. He's got October and he's got December. The FOMC's got it. And they can.
You're not even looking necessarily at the potential for greater inflation. You're just saying, based on the economy, if you really look at the numbers with the understanding of changes that have taken place over the last year or two from our demographics and beyond.
I think the economy is pretty robust. I mean, I think there's argument for no cuts, but I think in Jackson Hole, he made it clear that he's focused on employment. He's got concerns, and there are, he doesn't want to be behind the 8 ball here. And so, I think he's kind of indicated to the market that that's where he's standing. He's looking at that. Again, I think the data still shows a pretty robust economy.
There are also questions about what the Federal Reserve can really control. If the problems are things like housing, they don't control the long end of the market. You gotta be careful with that. If you are talking about productivity gains because of AI, employers, okay, it's not because of AI, but if you're talking about productivity gains, you're not necessarily going to spur the employment market with Fed cuts either.
That's right. So first of all, I think AI, look, all companies are trying to figure out, and it is powerful and it is fast. But we haven't seen the productivity yet, I think, in the numbers. This is really the technologies that have been the last decade, right, that are coming through and change. It takes time for it to get built into the business process. So I think that's coming, which is the AI productivity. But I think that you also have to look at the dynamics of the labor market. Like, the fact is this reduction in immigration is pretty significant. And so companies haven't had to hire, which is also why I think people see it and say, well, I'm not going to change my job because I'm not sure kind of how this plays out. But there's no question there's been, and it's really a U.S. phenomenon. You haven't seen the same kind of productivity improvements in other economies.
We don't get new highs every day, but it seems like we get them every week, which if you hit a new high a week after the last week, that's another new high. So, and I guess what I'm getting to is cutting into a stock market like this is a little odd, and it's part of a commentary on how mixed a lot of the data that we're getting is. So is the market already going up because of the easing cycle that we're in front of, or is it going up because of deregulation, because of something this administration has done right, in spite of what we heard about tariffs, in spite of what we hear about inflation and jobs slowing?
Look, I think the right answer for the Fed is to ignore the market, right? That actually is not a great indicator for the Fed. So hopefully they're ignoring the market. But if you look at the underlying market, and we may have corrections up and down, but think about some of the tailwinds that you're going to have in 2026. Fiscal monetary policy, you've got tax cuts, and I like to call it tax extension, but they're kind of front-loaded, so they will be a real tailwind. And then you're likely to have some amount of interest rate cuts. Those are going to be good for the market. So I think whether we get some corrections here or there, I think the market's going to remain pretty strong. And you see it in corporate earnings. It's not like the corporate earnings aren't good.
You're running a company. You're not, I don't think, a strategist necessarily at all of your Franklin equity funds. But were you expecting, with the tariff backdrop and some of the other things that we see, were you expecting the market to just keep chugging along and the economy to keep, and how did that happen with the tariff uncertainty?
Well, first of all, let's remember, tariffs are not that big of a problem for the U.S. I think it's, imports are like 14, I may have it, but imports like 14% of GDP and exports are 11%, right? So that's actually not really our problem. You're Germany and it's 50%, it's a problem for you, right? So first of all, I never thought of tariffs as being a huge problem for the U.S. Sure, and for individual companies, that can be an issue. But the other thing that happens with tariffs is it takes a little time, but companies change their supply chains to adjust it. And it's also a one-time inflation step up, right?
Well, it's harder to change
Instead of a
supply chain this time around because it's everybody. It's not like you could say, I'll bounce to Vietnam.
That's right, and so they did find that for sure. And again, it's probably going to level out at about 15%. But remember, from an inflationary standpoint, it's a one-time event.
Right, the second derivative is not, like
Exactly.
I saw a horrible headline. Horrible headline on drugs. If grocery prices are the highest they've ever been. It's like inflation goes up every year. It was, got up to 9%. Now it goes up 3%. So the 3% on top of 9% is an all-time high.
Exactly.
And my grandmother used to talk about how they thought it was inflation when the ice cream cone she used to buy went from 3 cents to a nickel. It's like prices go up over time. That is what happens.
Right.
But when it happens right after the consumer has just felt that big pinch, I think it's a tougher political.
For sure, but wages,
swallow.
if wages are up 4%, they can absorb some portion of it.
Yeah, but there is this tale of two economies, right? The upper end versus everybody else. And that's where you get things like Mamdani, why he has made such inroads in New York City as a result.
Yeah. No, and I think, for sure, we all know that once AI becomes a more effective productivity tool, it's a question about like where do you hire college kids? What happens to all those kind of jobs? I know what we're looking at is actually thinking about like a 2-year college program where you just say it's a college, kind of like the old associates programs that used to, a lot of Wall Street did, investment banking and others. And because here's the other side of it, a college kid is used to using AI in their everyday life, right? We have to think about using it. And so you want to make sure, I think, as companies, that you're infusing your workforce with people who just...
And where do you get the leaders of tomorrow if you're not hiring entry-level jobs? When you say a college program, you mean...
So a college grad program.
Oh, after you graduate.
Yeah, after you graduate. But you would state, like, this is a 2-year program. And then it allows you to hire what you need to hire. But it's hard to know what
your program, and then we don't know if we keep you.
Well, then you have all this experience. That's right. And so then you say, well, you can go back and get an MBA. It's actually, the investment banking firms have been doing it for years.
Yeah.
But it's a way to ensure that you continue to infuse that sort of younger generation, which I think are much more tech savvy. My kids are 5 kids. They're 10 years apart. My older one will say the tools that the younger one uses are completely different than the apps they use and others. So you need to keep infusing that in a company.
All right.
Listen, paying $14.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley helps to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. This is a high-density protein, very high quality, and it's very important to detoxify your body on a regular basis so your endocrine system and your immune system, even brain function, has less inflammation in there, and those systems are boosted. Also, by bringing down inflammation, you're helping with your joints, you're helping your cardiovascular system, immune system, brain function, right? Multiple systems are going to benefit. And when you work out, you'll recover quicker by bringing down that inflammation. So get the heirloom barley. It's very high quality. And like I said, it detoxifies your body daily, brings down inflammation, and also soaks up free radicals. This is a month's supply. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Right now, we're joined by Goldman Sachs Vice Chairman Rob Kaplan, who's also a former Dallas Fed president. And Rob, what do you think about that? Just Steve's point in particular about the Fed's mortgage portfolio, what you think should be done with it?
Yeah, well, several years ago, when the Fed was buying treasuries and mortgage-backed securities, we discussed back then the Fed's footprint in the mortgage market was getting very, very large, and it was becoming a big factor. And I think some of us felt like that was probably not appropriate, and maybe the Treasury would be a better place to manage that mortgage portfolio, and the Fed portfolio should ideally be mainly treasuries. And so, I follow what Steve is saying. I think mortgage rates are a factor, but they're a piece of a bigger puzzle. There's local regulation, permitting, cost of materials, availability of labor. That's been an issue home builders tell me about in terms of building homes. There's an affordability issue. That's where the mortgage rate comes in. I think we need to look at all these things because housing is such a big part of the economy. When it's this sluggish, it creates a headwind for the economy. And so it's worth doing a full review of all these factors.
In other words, pointing out that the Fed alone can't fix what's going on with housing at the moment?
That's right. It is a piece of the puzzle. And as Steve said, maybe they could do something with mortgage maturities or stop the runoff. But yeah, it's only a piece of the puzzle. You got to look at all these factors.
Let's talk about what you think will happen today. Are you in the pretty dominant camp of 25 basis point cut as expected from the FOMC?
Yes, I am. I think they'll cut 25. And I think in the press conference, Jay Powell will have to address two issues. One, he's going to need to leave the door open to doing further cuts, but he won't make a commitment to it. But the other thing he's going to have to deal with is a summary of economic projections that he'll have to speak to. And my guess is you're going to see a pretty wide divergence in this summary of economic projections. You'll see some people who think that beyond September, the Fed shouldn't cut any further. You'll see others who think we should cut 3 times this year. And I would guess the median will be closer to 2 than 3. I think the market is pricing in closer to 3. So he'll have to speak to that.
Rob, the idea of where the economy stands right now, I'm shocked on a daily basis.
I think that once the Federal Reserve cuts the 25 or 50 basis points this year, that we're going to start seeing, on average, trading range for the 10-year at about 3.8% for the yield for the 10-year.
We hear from people thinking that, there's no question you should begin these rate cuts. You should have done it months ago. You should be doing 50 basis points today. This economy's in trouble. This labor market's in trouble. And then the other side of things where people are, I'm not even sure we should cut it all because things look pretty good if you account for some demographic changes, if you're looking at corporate earnings, if you're looking at retail sales, if you're looking at so many other factors. Where do you come down on? There's somebody who was in that room for a long time with the FOMC meeting. And how does it play out, particularly with the amount of pressure that is coming politically at this point for the Fed to go ahead and cut by more?
And I deal with these cross currents every day in business. And so on the negative side, tariffs, whatever you think about them, in the short run, they slow growth. In the longer run, if they encourage reshoring to the United States, they can help improve growth. But in the short run, everything we can see, they create a headwind for growth. Also, limiting immigration, the deportations, very low labor force growth is also a headwind. So that's creating part of the weakness you're seeing. On the other hand, if you look out over the next 2 or 3 years, and this is what the stock market is pricing in, you've got an AI data center power boom. You've got tax incentives coming with the new tax bill, tax on tips, tax on overtime, accelerated depreciation. You've got regulatory relief coming. It just takes a little time. And yeah, you even have some potential rate cuts. You know, rates are going to go down, question of how much. And so the market's pricing in those tailwinds. The economy is reflecting those headwinds. I think eventually both are going to converge, but it's understandable why there's disagreement in that those tailwinds haven't taken hold yet, but they probably will. And that's why you've got a lot of this debate.
In your role now at Goldman Sachs and the business that you see, do you think that, or where do you think the neutral rate is for the Fed funds rate? What does the market need? What does business need? What does the economy need?
My own view, and this is imprecise estimate, but my own view is the neutral rate today is 2 3/4 inflation. If you think inflation's higher, then use a higher number, but I use 2 3/4 inflation plus 0.75%. I think it's probably the real Fed funds rate, the real neutral Fed funds rate. That gets you to 3.5%. I think it's hard for me to argue it should be lower than that. So at 4 1/4, 4.5, Fed doesn't have that much room. It's got 75 to 100 basis points. You've heard me say before, a year ago, they had 175 to 200 basis points. So these were easier decisions. And so the reason I think the Fed will take it one meeting at a time, will be careful about committing, is one, these cross currents, the fact inflation is running well above target, and also the fact, I think with inflation above target, you could argue being somewhat restrictive, but I think it's harder to argue you want to get all the way down to neutral. And that tells you the Fed has about maybe 50 to 75 basis points of rate cuts to work with, unless the economy weakens a lot or inflation improves meaningfully from where we are.
All right, that explains a lot. That would be a good reason not to go 50 basis points today.
Right.
Go 100,
That's
just like I
right.
said. Let's get there.
Okay.
Just get there. You get don't give me like a little half a shot of penicillin. Knock it out.
It's rationing.
Knock it out, Robert.
So the other comment is in the S&P will be awkward is since the June meeting where the median was 2, I don't think the views of the labor market, they may weaken a little bit in the S&P, but maybe not a lot weaker. The inflation outlook has gotten a little bit worse. And so that's another reason why they're going to be more cautious than people might like.
Robert, if there was ever a time where they did 50 or whatever, and people said, this would be the time. What do they know that we don't know? Because there was some consternation about, I think, the labor market right now. And we don't really know what the participation rate is. And some people have said it could be as high as 5. I mean, if they did 50, people would think they absolutely knew something bad was underneath, I think.
Possibly, but I think on this one, I was an advocate, as you know, of 50 a year ago. I felt they ought to get a move on, and they were just too high and ought to get moving. I don't feel that way now. And the issue on the labor market, the labor market is subject to self-help in that we could do more to ramp up legal immigration. We could clarify the status. It's a controversial subject, but we could clarify the status on 10 to 15 million workers who are law-abiding, been in the workforce for many years. We're not doing that right now, and it's creating some headwind for labor force availability and for the economy.
Let's go to CNN. They were interviewing Fetterman.
Role in the Democratic Party, winning a pivotal Senate seat in the purple state of Pennsylvania in 2022, despite suffering a stroke that impacted his speech. The following year, he checked himself into Walter Reed Hospital for 6 weeks as he battled clinical depression. Now he's defined himself in a different way, an outspoken critic of his party, particularly its left flank. Moments after Charlie Kirk was shot, and right before we learned he had died, I sat down with Fetterman to discuss the issues dividing his party as it charts its way forward.
I'm never going to change my party, but clearly we've lost the argument, and now right now I think it's entirely appropriate to really be honest and just figure out why exactly have we effectively lost 2 out of the last 3 cycles, and a lot of the things we've really kind of really lost our connection with American voters in ways. And I think we can't just be, well, Trump is always wrong, or that we're going to set the country on fire, or whatever. That's just not true either, of course. But when I represent a state like Pennsylvania, that keeps you honest, and you always can't forget that a lot of Americans happen to disagree with you. That does not mean that they are fascists or now they want to shred the Constitution.
When you hear some Democrats saying Trump is acting like an autocrat.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. If you actually compare him to an actual autocrat, that is not just that. Now, last night, for example, people were complaining. They were protesting about, that's the Hitler thing. You just don't ever compare anyone to Hitler and those kinds of extreme things. Now, look what happened to Charlie Kirk. I mean, the man was shot. Now, we have to turn the temperature down. It's like we can't compare people to these kinds of figures in history. And this is not an autocrat. This is a product of a democratic election.
So you don't think that Trump is at all shattering any of the norms of democracy in any way?
I'm saying he's definitely different, but that's what America voted for. Again, I don't agree with many of these things, but that does not make him an autocrat.
But one of the things that I hear from Democrats a lot saying, a reason why voters may not like Democrats is because they don't fight hard enough. Democrats should be fighting harder. What do you say to folks?
What exactly is fighting? I mean, what is fighting? Delay more votes, or just vote every no on everything, or saying, well, if they're doing X, well, then that means it's wrong. That kind of thing. It's like, what exactly is fighting?
I'll give you an example. It could be shutting the government down. Like some Democrats say, if this happens, it'll be Trump's fault.
That's not fighting. That's mutilating our nation. If you vote to shut our government down, you are going to harm millions of Americans. And why would you do this? Where's our leverage? It was wrong. It was wrong for the Republicans to do that. Absolutely, that's true. It is wrong for the Republicans to do that. It would just be wrong for us for those things.
Bigger picture, has your party shifted, or have you shifted ideologically?
My party is acting in a way they have forgotten. They have forgotten one of the reasons why we lost in 2024. Some of the most extreme things were weaponized against that. And now some people think now we have to double down on those things, or we must become more progressive or more extreme. That's absolutely not true. The 7 or 8 states that are going to determine who's going to be the next president, we have to win in those states. And I understand what that takes. And a lot of these ideas that are now putting back and being reintroduced are not going to carry, Pennsylvania.
Speaking of which, you talk about what's happening in New York. Zoran Mamdani, Democratic Socialist. He is the Democratic nominee. And polls do say that he is ahead by a significant margin in that race. I mean, is this where your party is headed? Is it a wake-up call to Democrats like yourself?
I don't believe that. New York City is not reflective of our national political things. Certainly the states are going to determine who's going to be the next president. So I don't take any kinds of lessons or anything from that election.
Trump is threatening to send the National Guard into a number of these blue states. We've seen Democratic mayors in Chicago and in Baltimore resist additional federal help. Is that a good idea to fight Trump on this?
No, what I'll say is, like, I experienced that, it's like I live in Navy Yard. I would walk to work and I would see a lot of National Guard people. It honestly wasn't a big deal. They were friendly. They were standing around. And this wasn't like there were Russian army people. This was, it's our sons, our daughters, our fathers, our mothers kind of a thing. If you actually experience it on hand, on the ground, it's really not like it's not occupied city or anything. So for me, when I was a mayor, as a small town mayor, I asked for help. I asked for help to confront gun violence and crime. If I was a mayor and I had a significant kind of violence situation, I would be happy to get help. Honestly, for that.
Should they
I've
ask
done
for
it. I've done it.
And you think
I-
they should too? Chicago, Baltimore, and the like, they should accept it.
All I'm saying that it's like when 600 people are killed in Chicago every year, roughly, I think it's entirely appropriate.
Are you comfortable with the way these ICE raids have been carried out in some of these cities?
Not entirely. No. I believe we should have a secure border. And I absolutely believe you should round up all of the criminals. And I do think you should deport those. But I don't think it's really helpful to raid a factory and round up all of them and deport them. I don't think it's appropriate to go to it's appropriate to go to like a slaughterhouse in Nebraska and round them up and deport them things. That's not true either. I don't think America really supports those things. I think two things must be true: a secure border, round up all the criminals, but we don't and shouldn't target otherwise hardworking migrants that are just effectively making a significant contribution to our economy.
I wonder politically, you talk about what happened and Democrats may not have learned the lessons from the last election. Do you have any issues of crime?
Like the border, for example, the border, those kind of things. We are living in the backlash of a lot of the things, the mistake that we have made as a party.
Yeah, because that's what I was going to ask you. On crime and immigration, are you worried that there will be liabilities for Democrats in the midterms next year?
If you are willing to think, like if 600 homicides a year are okay, or we don't need help, if I was there, I'd be like, absolutely, I'd be grateful for help. Just because if Trump is calling for something X, Y, and Z, then that doesn't mean you have to necessarily oppose that. I think I was the only Democrat that supported striking the Iranian nuclear facilities too. And I mean, that was entirely appropriate. I think that was the right thing to do. And I really believe that too.
You think the party has not learned the lessons from last year? That's fair to say, right?
It hasn't been a year. It hasn't been a year yet right now. And that's what I'd like to remind people. It's like a lot of those things really cost our election now. I don't think there has been an effective evaluation. I don't have an exact answer, but I'm not going to just spit out things and pretend that I know that it's absolutely right.
One of the issues you find yourself on the opposite sides of your party is on the issue of Israel. Are you comfortable with the way that Netanyahu is waging this war in Gaza right now, including these strikes in Qatar?
I absolutely fully support continuing to destroy Hamas for that. And now, of course, the situations in Gaza, it is difficult. But for some people, they choose to blame Israel for that. I blame Hamas. I blame Iran, and I blame that. So for me, that's what. And people aren't speaking the truth that Hamas could send the hostages home and disarm. And then that's the first opportunity that we can all move on. And the Palestinians could finally have an opportunity to live in peace, and they could start to rebuild their lives.
Were you okay with the strike that they just had in Doha against the Hamas leadership? You're okay with that?
I absolutely, it's appropriate. Unless Hamas is willing to surrender and send people home. That's a war, and it's a just war. There's no ethnic cleansing. It's not a genocide. This is a just war, and I don't know why people blame Hamas for those circumstances right now. That it's not Israel's.
They say that the Israel is using starvation as a weapon. Are they?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Israel is not deliberately starving people. Absolutely. Those conditions are miserable there, and it is hell on earth. Why? Some people blame Israel for that. I blame Hamas and Iran for that thing.
Experience growth with Realize.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium and zinc. This boosts up your immune system and brain function. Super important. Vitamin C and magnesium helps with your skin, immune system, and brain function. Also, magnesium will increase the efficacy of vitamin D3. Now, we're going into the fall and the winter season, and if you've been paying attention to what's happening in the wastewater, you better start paying attention to me. All right? You're going to need the vitamin C and magnesium and the magnesium and zinc. Boost up that immune system. Be prepared. Trust me. Trust me. Also, if you're 40 years of age or older, you start to atrophy with your muscles. So you need to start doing more resistance training, eating properly, making sure you drink filtered water and stay away from processed foods, and rev up that metabolism, but also take myotrol. Myotrol is super important to help with gene expression to build muscle. When you get older, you start to methylate genes, and so the expression of those genes start to go down or they're silenced. Just called aging. But if you start taking an anti-aging protocol, if you've been following my advice, you're slowing down that methylation process on your genes. So therefore, you have youthful gene expression. Myotrol helps with the gene expression to build muscle. It has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help with that process. It also helps the health of the mitochondria, so you have more energy, more ATP to maintain and build muscle. So if you're 40 years of age or older, male or female, you need to be taking myotrol, do resistance training, and build up your musculature. But also, when you build up your musculature, and you do the proper exercises and improve your back posture and build up those back muscles, you're improving lymphatic flow and you're improving your circulatory system. Your cardiovascular health will improve and your lymphatic flow will improve. Why? Because if you have bad back posture as you start aging, you start to slunch over and you're starting to inhibit that flow from the lower extremities back up to your torso. But if you have better back posture, you'll have better flow. And when you have better lymphatic flow, your immune system will perform better. But not just that, by having better back posture and you're doing resistance training, you're also strengthening the density of your vertebrae. So it's really important not just to do resistance training, but also to do back muscle training. Super important. Don't overdo it, but to build back muscles are super important. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the myotrol. Now, if you're an athlete that's younger or older, taking myotrol will help with your sport and improve your strength and improve your performance. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the myotrol, use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
I think you can read into the message there what both sides see as important to each other in this shared conversation. It's a lost art in somewhat of diplomacy, the sort of old school messaging, the private sort of talks that will happen behind closed doors. And it's always not something that I would argue the US president seems to really enjoy. I mean, look, on the plane over here, he told the reporters on the plane I heard earlier today, enjoy yourselves, folks. It's going to be a beautiful event. And that's a quote. And so conk is a word I wheel out only for these kinds of occasions. And we Brits are wheeling it out, I'm afraid to say.
James, for Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, what does this visit mean for him? We know that his approval ratings are quite low and he's had some headwinds.
He's on the right foot. I mean, look, I have covered UK politics here for 6 years. We have seen Brexit, we've seen COVID, I've seen 3 prime ministers in 1 year. It's still news for me. I have never seen a poll collapse in the way Prime Minister Keir Starmer's has. 14 months ago, he won a landslide election, the first the Labour Party's won of this size in about 15 years. And within a year, he's polling at something like 20 percentage points, but for the UK, it's really not good. So in the past 2 weeks, he has sacked his US ambassador, Peter Mountain, on the eve of this state visit, which is a big deal. And he's done it because Bloomberg News unveiled this cache of emails showing his ties, Mandelson's ties, to Jeffrey Epstein, the late disgraced financier. That is going to be a really awkward issue for this state visit itself. He's also lost his deputy Labour leader, Angela Rayner, who is a powerhouse in UK politics. That's both happened in the past 2 weeks. This visit for Starmer is a chance to try and turn that around. He's got money here. He's got one of the most powerful men in the world, President Donald Trump here. He's going to try and show that he is the leader still in charge and try and use this good news story as a way to turn the page. frankly, we talked a bit earlier about the public and their perception of Donald Trump. They're quite savvy, the British public. They are looking to see what he can get from the US president. Really, they're very transactional, like the US president self-proclaims he is too. They want to see deals, they want to see money, they want to see geopolitics. And so tomorrow's press conference in the afternoon is going to be a big moment. I can warn you, UK journalist press, I will put good money, will be asking about Epstein, will be asking about Ukraine, and may even ask about Gaza too.
Yeah, we think we have a similar appreciation of the British press and the level of press, so that should be quite interesting. James Wolcott, thank you so much. We appreciate that. James Wolcott, he's a UK political reporter.
All right, we're going to go to Fox News. They were interviewing Fetterman, but it was specific to Charlie Cook's assassination.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand.
The radical left has done tremendous damage to the country, but we're fixing it. Most of the violence is on the left.
It doesn't matter if it's coming from one side or from the other, directed at one party or another. It is all wrong. We have a responsibility to be clear and unequivocal in calling out all forms of political violence.
Well, tonight, in our Common Ground segment, a conversation on bringing the nation together. We're trying to restore civility in politics. Joining me, Pennsylvania Senators Dave McCormick and John Fetterman. Pennsylvania, by the way, is one of only 3 states with a Democratic-Republican split in the U.S. Senate. Senators, thanks for being here. You all called me. Usually we reach out. You wanted to do this together. Why?
Well, I mean, we thought it was just a great idea. I think it's an important idea right now. I mean, the trauma after the Charlie Kirk assassination, and now as things continue now, it's like I feel like it's important that people can witness, you know, a Democrat and a Republican having a conversation after this. It's absolutely horrific, and it's entirely necessary to allow people to grieve for that. I mean, everyone's seen the video, and so.
Yeah, it's just the heartbreak you feel for Charlie Kirk's family, Eric and their children, and all the students across the country, the people across the country that were huge followers. And I think the senator and I agreed that, and we do agree that there's just no place in this country for political violence. It's absolutely something. It runs counter to the very idea of free speech and freedom, and that when you see dangerous rhetoric like fascist and Nazism and authoritarianism, that's and the end of democracy. That's permission. That takes us down a path where the inevitable next step is violence, and that's what we see.
And Senator Fetterman, you've talked about that recently, calling somebody Hitler, calling somebody Nazi.
Exactly, this idea. It's like, do not ever compare anyone to Hitler. If not, go online and you can read up on exactly what he's responsible for. You know, 75 to 80 million lives lost in World War II, and you don't compare him to anyone. And if you do, then you will incite somebody to say, well, now I feel like I have to stop that and to take them out. People have seemed to have forgotten that the president took.
Here's the problem. I think that he even though he's a Democrat and I am a Republican, he is a moderate. All right, so I respect his point of view. But the problem is, and a lot of people aren't talking about it, there's a Marxist takeover of the Democratic Party. And it's coming from the ultra-left. Now, Marxism is antithetical to the Constitution. Marxism is antithetical to capitalism. Marxism is antithetical to the Bill of Rights. So either Marxism and this ultra-left movement backs off, or mainstream America is going to need to fight back. It's really that simple. But Marxism is being promoted. Unfortunately, Marxism is being promoted by elite institutions like Harvard, Yale, Columbia, UPenn, MIT, Stanford. So people need to pay attention. there is a push for Marxism. They spin it as a different name. They call it democratic socialism, but it's Marxism. And now you fast forward to what's happening in New York. The heartbeat of America's capitalistic system. And it's an extremely high probability, more than 80% chance, that Mondani will be mayor of New York City. Now you have to give him credit. At least he's telling you his philosophy, democratic socialism, which is Marxism. That's just another name for Marxism. When is a middle America going to fight back with this Marxist takeover by the ultra left?
To the head. And can you imagine if that would have gone the way Charlie Kirk's won, and what kind of condition our nation would be in? This is such a dangerous time right now. And
if Trump did not survive that assassination attempt in Butler, this nation would have gone into either one of two ways. It would have been a fork in the road. Real patriots, I'll call them patriots, or ones that support the Constitution, would either be in a state of mourning and shock and they wouldn't do anything, or middle America would actually galvanize and go to war with the ultra left. It would have been one or the other. No one knows for sure because it didn't happen. Now, there's a tendency for the masses not to react. So there's probably a 75% chance that if Trump didn't survive that assassination attempt, there's about probably a 75% chance that there would have been mourning, a lot of anger, but no reaction. Or if it was reactional, it would have been lone wolves, not collective, not a collective retribution. And there's about a 25% chance or 30% chance that you have a collective retribution on the ultra left. Now, I personally think that if that did happen, there needed to be some sort of extreme kinetic event against the ultra left. Against the ultra left. All right? But I don't think that would have happened because the masses aren't willing to do anything. Let's just look at what happened during the 2020 crisis. Did people stand up and actually protect their rights? No. A lot of keyboard warriors, but they didn't stand up and protect their rights. They let HHS run all over them. They let CDC run all over them. Corporate America let CDC and HHS do whatever they wanted. People didn't stand up. And then during the during the Biden administration, when there was a lack of Infamil for newborns, mothers didn't even protest in mass. You had some women complaining, but that was it. There wasn't mass protesting. Mothers didn't even stand up for their own kids during that period of time. So when that motherly instinct didn't even kick in, when the sheepdogs during the COVID era didn't step up and shut down programs that the government should not have been doing and pushing things on the society that was really, but the masses didn't fight against it. What's the probability that there would be massive kinetic collective reaction if that assassination attempt was successful? About a 25% chance. Because the masses are wussies. They're afraid of actually the negative externalities of actions to try to protect your constitutional rights. And the thing is these Marxists, these ultra liberals know this. They know this. They understand the psyche of populations. They know this, so that they're going to just keep on pushing the buttons because they don't think that the conservative movement will actually push back in mass. You'll have lone wolves, but you'll not see it in mass because people are always about themselves. Now let's take a look at this from a context of the Holocaust, all right, and the Warsaw Ghetto. All right, there's many examples of this during the roundup of the Jews by the Nazis. Jews did fight back, but they were in very small, small events, either lone wolves or a little group of people that tried to fight back, but then they were killed by the Nazis or heavy labor or whatever. But in the Warsaw Ghetto, even though the Nazis had machine guns, the number of Nazis that were surrounding the Warsaw Ghetto, all right, was less than the actual number of people in the Warsaw Ghetto. So the Jews didn't try to overrun a lower population of Nazis. They just capitulated. They let it happen. They didn't want it to happen, but they let it happen. Why? Because they knew that a small group of Nazis with machine guns could kill that first or second wave of individuals storming them. So they didn't want to lose their life, not thinking that they had to sacrifice their life for other people behind them to survive. And there's the problem. Self-centeredness. The Warsaw Ghetto was because of self-centeredness. The Jews could have fought in the Warsaw Ghetto by overrunning the Nazi party. But they were afraid, that first and second wave were afraid to die. Same thing in actually the concentration camps. There were more Jews in a concentration camp than actually Nazis in the concentration camp. There weren't enough bullets to if there was a massive amount of people rushing to overthrow the guards in the camps, the Jews would have overthrown it, but they didn't, because they were tired, they were worn out because they didn't have food. But beyond that, the ones that came in early and they still had some energy when they got off the trains, they didn't storm. But they could have. There were more Jews that were actually at the concentration camp than Nazis. But there was just this mindset of survival, trying to hope that there's going to be something better and that you're just going to survive it. Stupid. Stupid. Well, most of the people died. But this is the mindset. This is the mindset of a group of people. They think that they're protected in a herd. If you look at sheep, they do the same thing. They see a predator. What do? They don't go after the predator. What they do is they huddle. They huddle, and they're hoping that they'll be protected. And just the outer rim will be slaughtered by the predators. Or the weak, only the weak. And then the herd will move. And the ultra-liberal knows this. And the ultra-liberal and the Marxists are radicalized and are willing to use kinetic means. So maybe the conservative people need to actually take a lesson from the actual Holocaust. What did the Jews do wrong in the Holocaust? They didn't fight back. That's what they did wrong. So when you see this, you fight back. You see your constitutional freedoms being eroded, you fight back. You see Marxism coming into your town, you fight back. Now, obviously, you want to do it through rhetoric and be rhetorical. But the thing is that when you're being hunted by the ultra left, there will become a time that you have to go kinetic, because the government ain't helping you. The government is a big part of the problem.
It's an opportunity to share your opinions on it. Just, again, it's appalling, and allow folks enough space to grieve. The man hasn't even buried yet. And it's like, that's why we wanted to have a conversation, that we have to find a way to work together.
Do you think that when you look out at some on the left, and especially the far left, in reaction to this moment, you've spoken out about that?
Well, I mean, I'm consistent about that. You know, any kinds of extreme rhetoric, left.
The moment is irrelevant. What's more important is what's the ideology. See, people are too focused on, like, let's look at the details of what happened with Kirk. And was it a one shooter or two shooter, or was it 3 guns or 1 gun, and was it with a trans or non-trans, or that's all bullshit. You strip that all away. What's the ideology? What is the end game for these people? And when you start realizing what the end game is, you need to start standing up and pushing back against Marxism. But everyone is about self-preservation and focused on bullshit.
Right, is really dangerous. And now it's just Luigi had his latest thing, and now there's people on the very left on my side cheering him, and raised over $1 million for his legal fund. It's like, this coward executed a father and a businessman just because you happen to disagree with his business. Now that's, you know, keep having these kinds of arguments. Well, guess what? The next one's going to be on you, and you'll end up on the sidewalk. Then we have to just, it's just unacceptable, and we have to just absolutely turn the heat down.
You know, you've been getting heat from some in your party saying you've been criticizing Democrats, and we talked about this back in June. You all had this Senate project moment at the Kennedy Institute. Take a listen.
Senator McCormick, you've come to set a... Download the app and get 50% off your first Wonder order with code 50Google. Gusto is the best choice for small business payroll. It's fast. It's trusted. It's a great value. And when it comes... Senator McCormick, you've come to Senate Fetterman's defense in a number of recent articles that have had questions about how he's doing his job.
Of course, he did defend me for that, and he actually asked me, it's like, is it okay to defend you? I don't want that to create more political problems. Yeah, he did. And I'm like, no, I appreciate that.
We had many disagreements, but the thing we both agree on, I think, is that it's an honor to serve Pennsylvania. We want to work together to do great things together whenever we can.
So, I mean, you kind of stood up for him in the face of some of that criticism.
I feel like we are on different political sides. We disagree on many things, but we also trust one another. And when we can work together for the people of Pennsylvania, we do it. And not only do I trust him, we're friends. And just because we disagree on a lot of things doesn't mean we can't be friends. And this political violence, I feel it very deeply. I was a few feet away when President Trump was shot. Our governor, in Butler, our governor in Pennsylvania had his family assaulted with an arson attack. I was friends with Charlie Kirk. So this hits me in a very personal way. And I guess what I would say is there's political violence and rhetoric on both sides. But I do believe that we're seeing this trend on the fringe left where you're using terms like Nazism, like fascism. We went to World War II to defeat Nazism and fascism. This is going to war to create those things. That gives us a permission, and we're seeing it. We see it in the survey data, YouGov. I'm sure you have that data. 25% of very liberal people surveyed said that political violence is okay to promote a political objective. It's about 3% of very conservative. And you see it in this horrible uprising of celebration.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. It's a Marxist policy. This is what they believe in. And somehow, some way, higher education got this into young people's heads. And now it's metastasized. Now, what do? What do? You think you're just going to be able to play patty cake with a bunch of Marxists? And this is probably going to ramp up as we get closer and closer to midterm elections, because it's so important for the Democratic Party to try to gain seats. So they block Trump's agenda. So they're going to stir this up. They're going to keep on stirring this up. The Marxists are going to keep on stirring this up. Now, what's middle America that's either slightly right of center or slightly left of center. And what's the conservatives going to do? What's the main bulk of the society going to do? And I'm willing to bet that most of them will just sit at home and do nothing. Thinking it's just going to, this cloud will just shift, just blow over and everything will be fine. Meanwhile, you have a few cancerous cells in this country that are starting to metastasize, and we call that under the rubric Marxism. What are we going to do? Just let AOC, continue her stupid agenda? You think that AOC actually protects the Constitution? I mean, almost every other word out of her mouth is eroding your First Amendment.
Tens of thousands of people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. So I think it's something where Senator Fetterman and I are trying to step back and say, listen, our country depends on the kind of free speech, commitment to freedom that Charlie Kirk was actually doing that day in Utah.
Yeah, and there's this talk about free speech. The Attorney General kind of walked back. She said,
the problem is with a Marxist ideology, it's not about just speech. If you don't get what you want, you literally create a war. You create havoc in the society. You steal, you break stuff. You get Marxist people in the judicial system to allow them to give cashless bail and not to report crime properly, to be easy on crime, to be easy on the minorities, push the Marxist agenda, push for reparations. That's what's going on. And no one's paying attention. The means of their ideology is violence. Look at the BLM movement. Look at what happened. You're telling me that's just organic hate and organic frustration? No. That's just not something that just spontaneously combusts. That's tied to a Marxist agenda.
Speech and free speech, and she said that it can't go to essentially anything that goes to violence is not protected by the First Amendment. Charlie Kirk on All Speech, he tweeted out in May of 24, hate speech does not exist legally in America. There's ugly speech, there's gross speech, there's evil speech, and all of it is protected by the First Amendment. Keep America free.
True.
So there is this balance of speech and how far you go and what
Brett's too stupid. Brett's too stupid or not willing to actually get to the heart of the matter. Why do we have a Second Amendment? Why is it right after the First Amendment? Because if the First Amendment is taken away, if the government or a large group of people try to erode or take away your First Amendment rights, our founding fathers knew that the backstop, the firewall, was the Second Amendment. And that is very clear by Adams, by Hamilton, and by Jefferson. Very clear on what that meant. But we got a bunch of stupid asses in our century that don't understand that the Second Amendment is the firewall.
Off the table.
When you pay rent with Bilt, you earn valuable points every month to redeem toward flights with world-class airlines, stays across all major hotel programs.
Cancel or take off the table, but in our country, free speech is protected.
For me, it's like, don't ever compare someone to Hitler or make an argument that, someone here is an equivalent of Hitler. Or if you're going to call someone a fascist, these kinds of extreme labels. Now you are cheapening our language and making it seem now these very specific kind of terms. And now I get hit for just to say, like, look, you can criticize the president's, and I do, certain policies and these things. I don't disagree with these things. I vote against these things. But that does not, and I'm not going to use and engage in that kind of extreme thing. And yes, that's free speech. But free speech, there comes a responsibility, because that could lead to some kinds of outcomes that someone can get dead and or attacked. And that's absolutely unacceptable. And that's why we want to have this conversation, because, you know, we have to work together and we have to find a way together. And Pennsylvania is the kind of state that keeps you honest on that. And you can't pretend that our
I give them credit for trying to tone down the rhetoric, but they're not getting to the heart of the matter. The heart of the matter is that there is a small group of Marxists that run around this country trying to raise havoc. And unfortunately, they're in power. They're getting into mayoralships. They're becoming senators. They're becoming congressmen at the state level and at the federal level. They're in the judicial branch. It's metastasized. Then we're going to do this rerun of the grand experiment, having Mondani coming into New York, pushing socialistic, communist policies and ruining the city. Meanwhile, all you have to do is just take a look at history and realize that everything that he's recommending has failed.
And our other neighbor could have voted differently and have different values. That doesn't mean that they love our country any more than we do. We all love our country. I believe that we're all Americans.
No, he's wrong. He's wrong. He's wrong on this. He's wrong on this. He's wrong on this. There is a small group. I don't know what the percentage is, but it's small in relative terms. But there is a group of people that are heavy, hardcore Marxists that are tied to the Democratic Socialistic Party. And this is what William F. Buckley stated in 1970s. In the 1970s, he stated that these socialists, if they have their own party, they'll never get to mainstream. They have to embed themselves in the Democratic Party. Now, William F. Buckley was a major conservative, but he had a pulse on something back in the 70s. He said that it's creeping, and it's going to end up getting into the Democratic Party, and it's going to be branded as Democratic Socialists. And guess what? That's 1970s, and you fast forward to 2025, and voila, William F. Buckley Jr. was fucking right. And this is what's happening. And no one is calling it off. You got to focus, laser focus on the Democratic Socialist agenda. And it's Marxism.
In a nice way.
What do you think spurs on this political violence? Do you think, I talked to Governor Cox from Utah, and he said social media has gone into dark places.
The tool is social media, but the agenda. Come on, Brett, wake up. Marxism wants capitalism to fall. Marxism doesn't want a two-party system. It wants a one-party system. And you fast forward that whole process, what happens? You have communism. Come on, Brett, wake up.
What do you think is behind this?
I personally think you have to get to the very root cause, and I think the root cause is what the senator was just speaking of. If you dehumanize your adversary, if you say they're Hitler, you say it's
That's not it. That's not it. They're missing the point. It's not it.
Is right in front of us.
No.
Then
No. It goes to the really core of the issue. The core of the issue. Collectivism or individualism. What do you want? What will you fight for? Now, if you want to have a collectivism mentality, you're marching right to a one-party system. You're marching right to communism.
Something you have to confront. That's an evil that justifies violence. So I think that's the core problem. Now, I think social media has the capacity to amplify that. So it creates an echo chamber. But I think at the core is this basic fundamental thing that is core to America. It's what Charlie Kirk said, is what the senator said, which is the ability to disagree with your adversary, but not hate them, not make them the enemy, is at the core of America. And
that's the
where,
core of America, right? The thing is that Marxists want to take that away from you. If you don't agree with their speech, if you don't accept their ideology, they'll go after you. Oh, a justice that perhaps wants to take a look at, killing fetuses in the womb, and maybe overturn Roe versus Wade. Oh, that's and all the crazy liberals come out. Meanwhile, we have to look at the data set and look at the facts. What's the veritas on this? What's the truth? Over 65 million fetuses gone. But we got to really worry about, little kids in Gaza with collateral damage. Where's the philosophical and moral consistency? There's none. There's the problem.
People voted for me, half didn't. We're very, very divided as a state. I get horrible things said about me on social media, so does Senator Fetterman. We got to get above that as a country. And the first step is, I think, stopping this.
Zero helps me take my business anywhere I want. If your pet goes from weird to weirder, drooly to...
And the first step is, I think, stopping this kind of hijacking the language and inciting political violence.
You guys do work together on some things. You're opposed to each other on some different topics. You're getting ready for facing another fiscal cliff and a possible government shutdown. Is it going to?
Yeah, well, I just put this. I spoke about this just on socials. I just dropped this idea. Like, I absolutely fully support extended the tax credits for the ACA, but I refuse absolutely to vote for anything whether that's to shut our government down. I can agree and strongly believe in something, but that it's unacceptable to hold the government, opening or closing as a hostage, and I refuse to be part of it. So that's going to be where we're at, and I've been very clear on that. It would be wrong if the Republican side would do that. It absolutely is be wrong if we would do it too, and that's our core responsibility, to have a functioning government open, and in the middle of all this chaos, that's the last thing that we need, is to shut our government down.
You think it'll work? I mean, you have one vote here.
Well, I agree with this. I mean, the first time I sat down with him after my campaign, we had just a private conversation. He told me that. He said, I'm never going to vote to shut the government down. I don't believe on principle. And we'll see. I think it's inappropriate. I think it's irresponsible to hold the government hostage for some policy objective that we may have very different views on. I agree with the senator on that. And so we'll have to see. But I think it's my position and the senators that we should keep the government. Everything about the people of Pennsylvania, that's absolutely what they want.
I mean, you clearly support each other. He's up at 28. Do you want to endorse him now?
Well, listen, here's the thing. He and I trust one another. He campaigned against me as I would have expected him to do. And after the campaign, we sat down and got to know each other. And, there's a lot of people in politics that you can't trust. He's not one of them. I trust him. I have faith in him. And we disagree on a lot of things. And that's the way it should be.
And you've been here with Senator Katie Britt. You've done other common grounds. You're reaching across the aisle.
Well, I mean, I think the last time we were here on your set, we were talking about stopping the scroll. I mean, this idea of how poisonous and damaging social media is, and how if that impacts an adult, as it clearly seems like it has to the assassin, but now for teenagers as well too, it's part of the ongoing thing. It's like, as Katie and I said, that we're not here just for senators. We're here for his parents as too, and we have 3 young kids, and so that's another reason why we have to work together, because we all are, have families, and we've all going to be impacted by social media. And then I said that then, I think it's a sewer and I think we need to address it.
Mm-hmm. He's right about that.
Especially after this past week.
It's what I call the infestation.
Appreciate it.
I call what he's explaining the infestation in social media, especially on X. All right? It's just like a bunch of insects. It's just it's just all mixed together, like in the soil underneath a rock or something. It's just an infestation. All right? Most posts are garbage. Most posts are either egocentric, full of hate, trying to make fun of people. It's just stupid. Meanwhile, we have this amazing technology that we can reach anyone in the world that's connected instantaneously. So if you look at this like 300-400 years ago and you try to explain what we have today as a tool, they would think that we are like living in the world of magic, living in a world that is unfathomable. But it's just technology, all right? And I'm sure the way we're living today is going to look like the Stone Age in 100 years from now, if we survive it. But the thing is that we're using this amazing tool, and all it is garbage. Now, what does that mean about the human condition? What does that mean about the human spirit? What does that mean about actually the ethos of individuals and how they communicate in groups? We are deplorables, but it's not just Republicans. The whole human society, the whole human race, all of humankind is deplorable. There's a lack of respect for the elderly. There's a lack of respect for fellow citizens. There's a lack of respect for constitutional rights. There are individuals taking advantage of people. You live in the inner city and you see crime skyrocket. You have the intelligentsia that's trying to push for reparations. You have the intelligentsia pushing for Marxism. You have a growing issue with the haves and the have-nots. The economic divide is further fracturing. Mankind is in danger. It's in danger. So the pathologies of this disease of mankind can easily be seen in social media. It's a major problem, but it gets even better. The government wanted these technologies. They helped support these technologies to create the division, to provide groupthink. Because if the little people are arguing with each other, the big people, the ones in power, can do things because you're not paying attention. And then add insult to injury. You have rich billionaires making tons of money because of this hate, because of the deplorableness of mankind.
More of you. Hi, Leonard Bryan, show me. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to click to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page. This is the only way that I know for sure that you're not going to miss any great commentary, any great news bites, any great interviews coming your way on Fox. You can get it all here.
The only way? The only way? Really? Where were they in 2020? Telling you what was happening by the national security state. It wasn't Fox News. It was actually DrPaulCottrell. Fucking A. I mean, come on. Brian Kilmeade. Really? The penultimate of intellect. All right, let's go to the Hill talking about Tyler Robinson. All right, but before we do that, let me plug some products here. It's important to take supplements that have dual functionality. Now, one of those that I have on my store is olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract will bring down inflammation, systemic inflammation. Now, that's important because that's going to help to boost up your immune system. And that's also important at the vascular level because by bringing down inflammation, you're reducing plaque formation. Also, olive leaf extract helps to control your lipid profile. Now, lots of people in the United States have a poor lipid profile. To improve it, take olive leaf extract. What it does is it helps to bring down LDL levels and it helps to increase your HDL levels. When you have less LDL and more HDL, guess what? You have less plaque buildup, especially if you're reducing inflammation and soaking up free radicals. So please take this. It's really, really important. All right? So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. And for ones that are 40 years of age or older, you better start paying attention because the crisis that we went through is going to affect your brain function. All right? 5 years, you're going to know. Within 5 years, you might even know already. But within 5 years, many people that you know, maybe 30 to 40% of them, are going to have early onset of dementia. All right? Better start paying attention to this. What you do to mitigate it, you bring down inflammation at the cerebral level and also find ways to improve that in the microenvironment to allow for positive neuroplasticity and to take supplementation that helps that along and protects the neurons. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. There is nothing better than what I have in my hand in terms of CoQ10. Nothing. This is the best you can buy. Now, what you do is you take it every day, and what this is going to do is it's going to soak up free radicals and help with the health of the mitochondria. You're going to have more energy, and it's going to protect the neuron. Super important. Take it if you're 40 years of age or older. NAD+, super important. NAD+ is a supplement that boosts up your NAD+ levels, increases your energy, and it also helps to repair DNA damage. That DNA damage at the cellular level and the mitochondrial level. A lot of people don't know that mitochondria also has DNA from your mother, all right? See, no matter where you go, you can never get rid of your mother. She's in you have her DNA in your mitochondria. All right, so the bottom line is this. NAD+, all right, is going to help to repair that damage of DNA and also protect neurons. So there's dual benefit of taking the NAD+ for just slowing down the aging process. But in terms of protecting those neurons, stack NAD+ with the ubiquinol to protect the neurons. And also stack it with the olive leaf extract because with better cardiovascular health, you're going to have better blood flow for the microenvironment to maintain the health of the neurons. And one of the modalities for the early onset of dementia is poor circulation and microclots or microhemorrhaging. So if you're bringing down the inflammation and you're reducing microbleeding, and if you're bringing down the inflammation and improving the cardiovascular flow, you're allowing for that microenvironment to be maintained for positive neuroplasticity. Pay attention to me. I know what I'm talking about on this. You need to pay attention. In the next 5 years, many people you're going to start seeing are going to do stuff like this. They're going to have gait issues. They're going to have balancing issues. They're going to have problems getting out of the seat. Now this is like at age 40, you're going to start seeing this. Not just in the geriatric years. And then what you're also going to start seeing is a little bit of that Parkinsonian tremor and memory loss. People are going to be speaking, and all of a sudden they lose their thoughts. And then we'll well, I lost the train of thought. You're going to see a lot of that. And then all of a sudden, when they're speaking. It's already happening, but it's going to happen in mass within 5 years. Now, take my advice or don't take my advice, but it's gonna happen. Just like I said, the big C turbo cancers were going to happen. Boom, it happened. Like I said, that there was going to be a problem with the CD4 count, the effective CD4 count after the crisis of 2020. Boom, it happened. What I called AIDS-like syndrome. I also said that there was going to be autoimmune disorders. Boom, it happened. 5 years ahead of everybody. Everybody. Pay attention to me. Or don't pay attention. It's up to you.
Let's get in the competitive spirit with the scavenger hunt. I worked all weekend on that. Save lives and help win your school $1 million. It's okay. It's in your nature.
Watch Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom, Protecting the Wild. Weekend mornings on NBC.
I do not take this decision lightly, and it is a decision I have made independently.
Prosecutors seeking the death penalty for the accused shooter of Charlie Kirk. 22-year-old murder suspect Tyler Robinson appeared virtually from Utah County Jail for his first court appearance while wearing a green vest. Court officials say was to prevent self-harm. Now, Robinson listened to the 7 charges against him, which include witness tampering and aggravated murder, which is a capital offense. The motive of the shooting has been one of the case's biggest topics of discussion so far. Utah County's top prosecutor is shedding some light on that. Take a listen.
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, Robinson had become more political and had started to lean more to the left, becoming more pro-gay and trans rights oriented. She stated that Robinson began to date.
He started to become a Marxist. That's what he became.
His roommate, a biological male who was transitioning genders. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained there is too much evil and the guy, referring to Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate.
Authorities also confirming the suspect's fingerprints were found on the bolt.
You really think that Charlie Kirk spread hate? Really? Now, he was a provocateur, for sure. He was provoking dialogue. And some of it was maybe pushing buttons on the other side, especially when it came to religion, because many people want to think that it's okay to abort a fetus, even though they're really killing a human being, no matter how they want to spin it ethically, but you're still killing a fetus. You're ending the life of a fetus. Oh, we can do it legally. Well, you're still ending a life. Just because something is legal doesn't mean it's right. I mean, we did have legal slavery in the United States. That didn't mean it was right. There was a moment in time that women couldn't vote legally. That doesn't mean it was right. So just because something is legal doesn't mean it's right. It's called zeitgeist. And things change over time. The zeitgeist changes over time. So, to get to the point here, Charlie Kirk was a provocateur. But I think deep down inside, because of his Christian values, he cared about people. But he also was a staunch antagonist against individuals that were anti-constitutionalists. And this rubs that Marxist, that they get all frustrated. They get all like, oh, wait a minute, yeah. Because they hate America. They hate America. Think about the people that were actually protesting for the Palestinians in the Harvard Yard in front of John Harvard's statue and raised a Palestinian flag on a pole that normally has an American flag on it. Now, I come from a very long lineage of family members that have served in the military, going all the way to this to the revolution, all right? And I'll tell you, that is absolutely unacceptable. Unacceptable. But you have a bunch of liberals at Harvard thinking it's okay. And so that's what Charlie Kirk represents. Standing up for the flag, standing up for the country, standing up for God and religion and religious beliefs, and standing up for family. So these three pillars that are very important for a productive society, the ultra-left Marxist hates. So it's not Charlie Kirk that's the issue. It's the Marxists.
Rifle believed to be the murder weapon. Now, prosecutors also releasing text messages between the suspect and his roommate, confessing that he murdered Kirk, even directing his roommate to a note left under his keyboard, Robinson fretting about getting the rifle back. In fact, he appeared to show more concern about retrieving the rifle, which once belonged to his grandfather, than about violently taking the life of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, so these text messages are very interesting, very indicative of guilt on the part of Tyler Robinson. He says, like, oh, my love, I'm sorry that you're caught up in this type thing. That's not a direct quote, exactly.
Yeah, sorry, but a lot of my love were message.
Yeah, which people took notice of. He explains, he said, doing it because the hate is just out of control and this is how you deal with it. He refers to his dad. He's like, his dad wouldn't understand because his dad's diehard MAGA. So we can fill in the blanks here a little bit at this point. It does suggest a left-wing motivation, that he killed allegedly Charlie Kirk for having views that are anti-trans or anti-gay, and that's the motivation. It's pretty clear at this point. It's funny that there are still some mainstream commentators denying that, including Jimmy Kimmel, who I still said, I think yesterday or the night before, say something about this, white male Republican family shooter. Okay, he doesn't share his family's views, but anyway.
Right, I think it's worth pointing out because the point.
We gotta be honest with ourselves.
Yeah, but the point is that Democrats didn't kill Charlie Kirk. It's just a person that killed Charlie Kirk, and that's just the bottom line.
That person is not a Republican.
Words don't
That's a newsflash from Jimmy Kimmel, I guess.
Yeah, but words also don't fit. We talk about that, right? The people don't kill the people, and so the point is that he may even have this grievance about the way that Charlie Kirk addresses the trans community, but he himself is not of the trans community. And so a lot of the dialogue, even prior to the shooting happening around the trans community, because of the school shooting, was that we should perhaps take away the Second Amendment rights of the trans community. And so by opening up this dialogue, to me, the conversation could take a quickly wrong turn about punishing a community that's not even involved in this shooting. A man decided to defend the honor of a community.
Well, he's doing it right.
Yeah, but no one asked him. No one asked him to do that, right? So, like, if you go do something on behalf of the Black community, you still do not represent the Black community as much as you're my brother, right? You still don't. That's just the bottom line. So that's what I mean, and I want to make.
Is that really true? Let's put our inner William F. Buckley. Let's tap into our inner William F. Buckley. All right. William F. Buckley would basically say, is that true? I mean, think about it. What about the Black Panther movement going on in the 60s? Think they didn't represent the Black community? The BLM movement, Black Lives Matter movement, that didn't represent the Black community? Really? Interesting. The revisionist history.
or that these arguments don't start to get conflated so that we're punishing a group that already feels extremely marginalized on behalf of somebody who just decided to be some martyr in his mind that nobody asked him to be. Because even the boyfriend and his partner was surprised and confused, like, is this really you? 20 question marks. So as we're seeing these text messages come in, you understand that it's not the trans person that felt this deep.
She's hitting on something that's really important. A lot of rhetoric, and then all of a sudden people get radicalized and end up being lone wolves. Again, God, country, and family. This would not have happened if there was God, country, and family. And I'm willing to bet that his family was Mormon. I don't know that for sure, but I have a strong suspicion. And I'm willing to bet that if they were Mormon, there was some sort of abuse that pushed him over the edge as a kid. I'm just saying.
Involving the grievances. And we can go into a whole slew with a therapist about why growing up in a MAGA household, and he said he was afraid to communicate with his father, or a Trump or a Republican household, whatever, may have pushed him away. There's so much dichotomy inside of a family relationship that could be broken down by some kind of therapist, or breaking down why somebody kills someone. But
there was probably some sort of abuse in his life. But if there was such a MAGA issue, if your family is a Republican and they voted for Reagan, then they must be producing a lot of trannies in their lineage. Really? I mean, think about this. Think about what she's saying. If you're a Republican, you're supporting MAGA, then you have a higher propensity of turning into a trans. or have an affiliation with the trans movement. Or is it that you go to a school, you get indoctrinated, you may already have some emotional scarring because of your upbringing of a super religious household or whatever, all right? You go to a school, you get indoctrinated by the liberal professors, and then all of a sudden, you are around people that have this ultra-liberal mindset. You feel alone. You feel disconnected from your family upbringing. And you eventually drift towards Marxism. And you get radicalized because of the social media and all this. Now, does this happen to everybody? No. But it happens to enough people where it's a problem. If you look at all the trillions of cells that you have in your body, in terms of just a percentage, and you look at, let's say, the growing of a tumor, right? It's not metastasized, it's still localized. The number of cells as a percentage of cancer to the normal cells is relatively low. But it's still a problem. And that's the problem that we have with Marxism in the United States. The far majority of the population isn't a Marxist. But we have enough of them where it's starting to metastasize and is affecting other organ systems of the society. But let's listen to another liberal on the Hill.
Can't say that because they watched MSNBC they did this. I'm not ever going to go down that rabbit hole.
So I want to introduce, though, a kind of provocative aspect of this. I was seeing, and I don't agree with this, but I'm certainly seeing it said on social media, including by some prominent people. The text messages themselves, I'm seeing people say they don't believe they're real. Are you? So
I didn't want to even go down that rabbit hole.
I do believe they're real, and the elaborate nature of the conspiracy would have to be for these to be fake. I mean, law enforcement would have to be either in on that or totally incompetent. But so there are two categories of people I'm seeing say that this doesn't sound the way young people say. To me, it sounds the way young people are actually at all. So I just don't agree with that. But the two people I'm seeing say that are people who are on the left, who don't want the text messages to be true because they think it makes the transgender community look bad or left-wing people look bad. That's one category. The other category is some very far right kind of people who are now introducing the idea, I've seen this, that it was it's crazy that Israel was behind it, the Israeli government, because Charlie Kirk had apparently faced some pressure from donors who are pro-Israel. That, you know, so many young conservatives, including Turning Point affiliated young conservatives, are much more skeptical of what Israel is doing, opposed to it. And they had some kind of meeting in the Hamptons in August about various topics being discussed, debated, and people are, in my view, falsely contending that like Turning Point was like wavering or annoying Jewish or pro-Israel donors, and then they orchestrated this. I think it's fanciful and absolutely ridiculous, but you would need to delegitimize these texts.
Download the app and get 50% off your first Wonder order with code 50Google.
Too many commercials. I'm not like most college students. For me, I could lose my teachers and my entire degree program because of funding cuts. Excuses?
You would need to delegitimize these texts. We have a suspect in custody with a clear motivation, so you'd have to say that that's made up in order to get to the Israel did it, which, well, I think to be clear, I think is insane.
Two things, like the job of the journalist is to look into this and figure out what could possibly be true. It's also the job of the American people to ask questions and to try to figure out why things, you know, they don't look right, don't feel right in the government. Things that haven't looked right or felt right have been proven to be cover-ups or, you know, et cetera. It's not like we're absolved of doing this ever. However, I think it's important to make sure that, you know, you're not allowing misinformation to fuel a conspiracy theory, because you can have access to whatever you're looking for online. Somebody will find the reason why it makes sense. To me, I was just looking at it and wondering, when we see these things happen in the past, like people write manifestos or commit any killing, we'll see somebody in a group that has cultivated this mindset for a long time, of where they've been indoctrinated in some people's minds and have dialogue about what they may or may not do. And you can kind of see the pattern. You'll see families say, oh yeah, I saw him doing some of these things. You usually don't see somebody whose partner is completely blindsided, and then they write out in a speech kind of step by step, well, I left the gun, because I was reading it, like where it was left. Why? Oh, you saw me writing on the bullets or doing whatever he did to write his messages on the bullets. That's why I was doing this. Like, it's so broken down that it's almost like, okay, mystery completely solved so simply that he just told on himself in text.
Right.
Like,
That's exactly why people are falling.
Right. So that's why it's a reasonable question to ask about, like, wait, explain this to me, the text messages. People just want to understand. And I don't think there's anything wrong with asking the question. I just have seen people who, whether it could be any type of death, people leave notes behind, and they're sometimes very vague.
It's Mormon. It reads very Mormon to me. Like, it's the tone of his writing is, I mean, he's a horrific killer. The tone of his writing is like polite and thorough.
And we can actually see, maybe text messages of their conversations over the last year are better than just going off this. Like, what do they text like? It seems very like poetic.
Right.
In other messages to other friends and family, and then this will hopefully quell everybody's questions and fear.
It's just the thoroughness of the text is enough on its own, because
something happened in his childhood that's related to his upbringing with Mormonism with his parents. There's some sort of abuse.
Did it? And we have Evan with a gun. Gonna have fingerprints. Gonna have all of that. So also the idea that Israel would want to kill Charlie Kirk. What if the vacuum is filled by someone who's...
Yeah, that one was an extreme claim. Speaking of Israel, they're launching their new offensive into Gaza City as the UN is releasing grim accusations against them. We'll talk about that right after the break. Good morning here.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the lemongrass, charcoal tea tree, or peppermint and lavender structural nano silver soaps. Get a few bars for your household. Very high quality. These are the types of soaps that I use on a daily basis. Made from structural nano silver. Very high quality. Doesn't have all the fancy chemicals that Procter & Gamble has and all that. So please go to my store, get a few bars, help support the work that I do, and help support your health and wellness. Another great thing to be taking to slow down the aging process, boost up that immune system, is to take Cleanse. It's 30 parts per million, or Max 35. It's 35 parts per million. They're at different price points, but take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle, about 20, 30 seconds, and then swallow. What will happen is that you're improving your oral hygiene in your oral cavity and your oral pharynx, the back of your throat, super important. You are maintaining the mucosal lining, your epithelial tissue, and by doing that, you're boosting up your immune system. Do that every day, teaspoon a day. I've been doing this for more than 5 years, every day. Now, if you don't feel well, especially during the fall and the winter season, or you're around someone that's not feeling well, what you want to do is take a tablespoon or two a day, swish in your mouth, gargle 20, 30 seconds, you know the drill, and then swallow it. And then do that until you start feeling better or it's all clear. And then go back to your maintenance dose of a teaspoon. But do this every day to boost up that immune system. It's part of the first pillar of my core protocol. Boost up that immune system, super important. Now, the foundation of the protocol is to take a multivitamin. This multivitamin is easy to digest, and it has the multivitamins that you need for proper enzymatic activity and to rev up your metabolism. It's a great foundational part of your anti-aging stack. Now, you take it with probiotics. Now, I have a powdered version or a veggie cap version. Now, you take either of these, take it with the complete multivitamin, and that's the foundation to slow down the aging process and to help to boost up your system so it works properly. All right. Now, with a good probiotic, what you're going to be doing is you're improving your absorption of your foodstuffs. You're improving your metabolism. You're improving your immune system at the gut level. You're improving the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. You'll be able to sleep better. You're going to be able to get rid of that brain fog. You're going to be able to concentrate and have better neuroplasticity. So having a good gut doesn't just help with digestion, but it's helping with your skin and brain function. It starts at the gut. It's super important. Think about the largest organ system that we have is basically our skin, but the second largest organ system depends on if you want to say vascular system is an organ system, which one could say it is. Vascular system may be even larger than the skin. So based on that, maybe it's vascular system, skin, and then the next one would be the gut. The gut is very long, you know? You have the stomach, the duodenum, small intestines, the large intestines, right? It's pretty long. And if that's not healthy, your body isn't going to function properly. And you're going to have disease. But if it's functioning properly, it's healthy, then your body is moving towards its maximum potential. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotic, all right? And improve that gut health and stack it with the complete multivitamin. That's the foundation, and then you build off of it. And like I just mentioned with the cleanse and the Max 35, that's the first pillar on top of this foundational piece for the protocol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Of the close relationship between Lord Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein that Bloomberg News reported about and revealed in these emails, you had the third ouster from Keir Starmer's government in 14 days. And that was, of course, the British ambassador to the United States.
And Henry, what else do you think we can expect from President Trump's meeting with the Prime Minister in terms of real substance outside of these big tech deals that we know have already been announced?
Well, the big tech deals have been announced, but I think one thing the president might want to discuss, especially given he is getting urged by dozens of Republicans on Capitol Hill, is to really push the UK to drop the digital services tax. And the president may use the fact that you have companies like Microsoft spending $30 billion in the United Kingdom as a reason to bring that up at the table. Leaving the White House, the president also said potentially they could refine, those were his words, refine the trade agreement. We do know that the UK wanted to discuss bringing down the steel tariff, which right now is set at 25% to zero. They also wanted an exemption on Scottish whiskey. It looks like the United Kingdom is not going to be pushing for that. But the president did say there could potentially be some refinement. So trade is certainly going to be discussed. We definitely know tech and digital service tax is likely going to be discussed. And then I think big geopolitical issues regarding what's going on in the Middle East, what's going on with the war in Ukraine. These are all issues that likely will be discussed when the two leaders meet tomorrow. And that will be at the Prime Minister's country estate in Chequers.
Very good, Anne-Marie. Thank you very much for your reporting. Really appreciate it. Very helpful to us. Anne-Marie Borderman, co-anchor of Bloomberg Surveillance Television. She is in Windsor, England, in the UK, covering President Trump's state visit to the UK. We appreciate her reporting today. It is Fed Day, of course. Give you the kind of the lineup here. 1:30 p.m. Tom Keene and the surveillance team will join you. We'll be simulcasting radio and television with the Fed Day. And then at 2 o'clock, you get the statement from the Fed. And then at 2:30, Fed Chairman Jay Powell will his press conference. Bloomberg's Michael McKee is in Washington, D.C. He'll attend that press conference. So we got you fully covered on the Fed here today. And whenever it's Fed Day, we really appreciate getting opportunity to speak with our next guest, Danielle DiMartino Booth. She's the CEO and Chief Strategist for QI Research here. Danielle, I know you followed this closely with your time at the Dallas Fed. What do you think the Fed should do today, given all the data we've seen over the past several weeks? What do you think they should do?
Well, so I think it's more than just the 911,000 downward revision to the annual benchmark numbers that we saw through the end of March 31st of 2025. It really is the downward momentum since then that we've seen. Had the Fed had those real-time revisions in hand, then they would have seen that it was just a
I'm going to go to MSNBC here with Fast Money. Get their perspective.
Let's get back to the big market moves ahead of one of the most highly scrutinized Fed meetings of the year. The central bank widely expected to cut rates by 25 basis points tomorrow, its first cut since December, amid continued pressure from President Trump. While major averages were little changed today, gold settled at its 35th record of the year. The dollar traded near more than 3-year lows, and rate-sensitive regional banks got hit hard. Bank First, Synchrony Financial, Huntington Bankshares, KeyCorp, among the worst performers in the group, with broader markets near all-time highs. What do these moves tell us? What do you think is telegraphing?
Well, it's the gold market's telling something, I believe. I said that for a while. Now, that's been wrong to say that for a while because the equity market, the S&P made a new all-time high today. So clearly there's some disconnect. But the fact that gold goes up seemingly in every environment we can think of is somewhat problematic, I think, if you look at it long-term. It's trying to tell a story. And the fact that the dollar has had no bounce whatsoever outside of maybe a 3 or 4 day period a couple weeks ago should also be concerning. Now, people will say a weaker dollar is supportive of equities. I agree with that to a point. You hit that diminishing marginal returns, and I think we're pretty close. The pound feels like it's going to 125. Dollar yen feels like it's going to breach 140, and I think the equity market will wake up and say, you know what, maybe it's not such a good thing.
Yeah, there are big moves in the regional banks, and you think they'd be a beneficiary of a better economic environment.
Yes, although I guess, I mean, if you look at how far they've run since, Liberation Day, they're up maybe 40%, which is huge. So I don't know if some of it is maybe just giving that back. But I was surprised how hard they got hit today.
Yeah, and I think one of the questions too is what's going to happen with the longer term side of the curve, because realistically, the Fed is cutting into a really strong economy. And what that can do is spur a lot of increased activity in the markets, increased activity in the economy, actually increase longer term inflation. Like you can get this melt up. And historically speaking, when the Fed cuts in a strengthening economy, the markets are higher 12 months later. But so might be the longer end of the curve, which also can affect like mortgage rates. So you actually might see less mortgage demand, those rates go higher, and that actually could be part of the story.
Yeah, that was one of the points Julian Emanuel made this today on the exchange. 12 months out, yeah, markets are higher.
Were you hosting that show?
I was with this totally.
Yeah, that's great. I was watching Squawk Box this morning, and Treasury Secretary Bessent was asked that question by Becky Quick about it was September of last year. The Fed cut rates, the 10-year yield went higher. What are your thoughts? He said it was different this last year. We're in a much different environment. We will see. But I share the same concerns that, people getting ahead of themselves in terms of rates continuing to go down. I still am one of the few people who think 10-year yields are going higher from here.
Yeah, what do you think, Dan?
Yeah, we haven't even mentioned the Lisa Cook situation. We haven't mentioned that this is literally a case that is going in front of the Supreme Court that might actually change the course of the makeup of the governors tomorrow at the meeting. I mean, that's just insane to think about. And so, listen, we got this 4% in the 10-year. We've seen yields kind of run ahead a little bit of a very telegraphed 25 basis point cut here. I'm kind of in Guy's camp here. I mean, and I'm not sure I agree with Courtney that the Fed is cutting into a strong economy. It would just kind of be at odds with what we've just seen in the labor market over the last couple months and the revisions back to June. You tell me there's strong retail sales, back to school, this and that, whatever. I'm like, well, that's what Americans do. We buy crap, And so at the end of the day, if the labor market is weakening, you're going to see other parts of the economy weakening. And then it comes back to why the Fed is cutting right now. And if they cut, do we see inflation pick back up? So at the end of the day, I think it's about as clear as mud. I think that we were going to be talking about this Lisa Cook and Moran situation tomorrow, especially if you have a Supreme Court rule that this person, this governor, cannot vote at this meeting tomorrow. I mean, it's just insane. We're within 24 hours. I saw the bug up there, the 20 hours and counting down.
Alrighty. Let's listen to CNN. We're going to pivot here. I think they're talking about the Charlie Kirk issue.
Zero helps me take my business anywhere I want.
Momentum, acceleration, from every angle.
As we are learning all of this from prosecutors and waiting to see what happens next, my lead source tonight is the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche. And thank you, sir, for being here, because now we know, obviously, what the state plans to charge Tyler Robinson with. Do you expect to bring federal charges against him as well?
We're still looking at that, Caitlin. I mean, there's a lot of evidence to go through, and there's a big difference between the state charges, which are very serious, carry the death penalty, and charges that the federal government could potentially bring. So that's not something we need to rush and make a decision on. He's in custody. The state's already brought charges against him, and we're looking at all the evidence, some of which you've already been talking about tonight, Caitlin, to determine whether federal court charges are appropriate. And if they are, yes, we will bring them.
Okay, because ABC News said that the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, when they interviewed her yesterday, told them federal charges are expected. But it sounds like that's still something that you are very much deliberating inside the Justice Department tonight.
Well, I think when you say when federal charges are expected is right. I mean, we're looking at everything we can do to bring charges if appropriate. But again, this isn't something we need to rush. This is something where the state has already brought charges. They brought charges that carried the death penalty. And so if at the right time federal charges are appropriate, of course we'll bring them.
Okay, and for people who aren't sure, not every murder is a federal crime. You need a federal angle, basically. So we'll see if you guys decide to move forward with that. Can I ask you though, because Stephen Miller over at the White House said that he believed there was an organized campaign that led to Charlie Kirk's assassination. When you looked at the charging documents today, though, I didn't see a reference to one. Have you seen evidence otherwise on that front?
Like I said, this assassination happened less than a week ago. And so there's still a tremendous amount of evidence that we're going through, and there's a tremendous amount of documents that we're going through. What Stephen was talking about is something that we've seen all too frequently over the past several years, which is this spew of hatred and violence from certain parts of this country. And you have evidence of what this man was doing online. And so the idea that he was indoctrinated with violence and hatred that would result in what happened to Charlie is something that we're looking at. But it is way too early for us to say one way or the other whether we have evidence that suggests that there were organized groups that committed or helped commit this crime or gave him the motivation to commit this crime. That's something that we're looking at, and that's what Stephen said today too in his interview and his meetings about that, is that it's something that we're very focused on in this administration.
One thing the administration has also been focused on is talking about going after these left-leaning organizations. We've heard it from Stephen Miller, from the vice president, from President Trump himself. There has been some confusion over who exactly the administration is targeting. Can you say who that is?
I don't think there's confusion about who we're targeting, Caitlin. We've been very clear about what we're targeting, to the extent that there are organized groups raising money with the intent to organize individuals to commit acts of violence, whether it's against law enforcement, whether it's against individuals, whether it's against people in this administration, whether it's against Democrats. We're going to go after them. That's not been confusing. It's something that everybody's been very consistent on with messaging, which is that we're not going to stand by and let people behind the scenes fund people who are actually terrorists. And that includes people that are throwing rocks at ICE trucks, people who are assaulting officers during supposedly peaceful protests, which are not peaceful at all. That's what we're focused on. And there's no confusion within the Department of Justice that that's our focus.
But which groups specifically are you talking about?
Well, look, I'm not gonna name groups here. That's not fair to them. And you haven't heard people within the administration come out and name groups. That being said, we know that when there are these violent protests against ICE, against other individuals, that it is not just by luck or happenstance that those people show up with gas masks, that they show up with rocks, with chunks of brick. That doesn't just happen by sheer luck. There's an organized effort to do that, and that's who we're looking at.
Okay, I just think people have raised questions because there isn't any evidence that the assassin here, the suspect, was in a group. Obviously, as you say, you're still going through information, and obviously what that looks like. The president.
I don't know what she's talking about, because it seems as though there was some sort of group chat in Discord that was tied to this incident, either directly or tangentially. So the problem with the Marxist groups out there is they foment hate within their clique, within their group. And then there are a few that are in there that actually decide to act. Now, some act as lone wolves, and there are some that act more in a coordination with rioting in the streets. Now, why is it that you have a pallet of bricks sitting in the middle of a downtown area when there's going to be a riot that happens? Now, obviously, it was placed there by someone or a group, right? So we're conflating two different things here. One is mass protests that exhibit severe civil unrest, like what we saw with the BLM movement. And these potentially lone wolf events, like the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Now, it does seem to me that maybe other people were involved, maybe as support on the back end, but not actually in the theater on campus. So I think there's the way to look at this, there's different levels of support. There's different levels of how people were involved.
In light of this, he'd consider naming the far-left anti-fascist group Antifa as a domestic terrorist group. But does designating it as that carry any extra significance under the existing law as it is tonight?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, whenever you identify an entity as a terrorist organization or a terrorist group, there's a certain amount of weight and power that it carries within law enforcement, whether it's federal law enforcement or state and local law enforcement. And so, yes, of course, by the President of the United States designating an organization as a terrorist organization, as a terrorist group or a terrorist organization, that has a lot of power and it has a lot of weight. And it's something President Trump takes very seriously. As he said yesterday in the Oval Office, it's something that we're looking at. It's something that I think every American wants us to look at. And if it's right that they should be labeled as such, they will be.
You were in the Oval Office when the president was talking about that yesterday. He also talked about racketeering charges. At one point, he referenced the women that were protesting him at the seafood restaurant when he was at dinner the other night outside the White House. This is what he said in the Oval for those who missed it.
The people who a lot of people in the restaurant. I went there to show how safe, and it was safe. I mean, the woman is just a mouthpiece. All she was a paid agitator, and you have a lot of them. And I've asked Pam to look into that in terms of bringing RICO cases against the criminal RICO, because they should be put in jail.
As you know, RICO has been used to go after like Al-Qaeda, MS-13, the Gambino family. How would something like that protest fall under a RICO charge?
That's not what we use RICO for only. RICO is available to all kinds of organizations committing crimes and committing wrongful acts, not just organized crime or ISIS or terrorist organizations. And so it depends. So is it, again, sheer happenstance that individuals show up at a restaurant where the president is trying to enjoy dinner in Washington, D.C., and accost him with vile words and vile anger, and meanwhile he's simply trying to have dinner? Does it mean it's just completely random that they showed up? Maybe, but to the extent that it's part of an organized effort to inflict harm and terror and damage to the United States, there's potential investigations there.
And this incident that they're talking about wasn't just Trump bad, orange man bad syndrome. They were wearing Arafat scarves. It was a Palestinian push towards that. That's orchestrated. This is what I mean, but there's a Marxist agenda that's going on.
Saying yesterday in the Oval Office, and what he also has said in the days before that as well.
But were those women in the restaurant inflicting harm or terror or damage by protesting the president of the United States? I mean, they were just shouting basically in his vicinity.
I mean,
them shouting, here's the issue. Them shouting at the president isn't against the law. It's actually freedom of speech. All right? The problem comes in is that there was a potentiality of it to get out of hand, and was the president's life in danger, especially in the context of what's going on recently. All right? So it's this incivility, even though it's protected by the First Amendment, is raising the probability of some sort of political assassination attempt. It's getting scary, all right? I mean, think about what was happening with JFK, all right? There was a lot of rhetoric about how they hated JFK, right? You know, in the South. And then all of a sudden, we know the story. I mean, he gets blown away, you know? Now, was it an insider? Was it the CIA? Was it Israel? I don't really care. I don't really care. It's so long ago and it doesn't, you know, I don't really care. But the thing is that there was, during that period of time, foment of the from the population onto JFK's policies. A lot of people didn't like him. A lot of people did like him. All right? And when your guard is down, something bad can happen. And something bad could have happened there. Now, their freedom of speech is protected. But the thing is that there's getting to a point where we don't have civility. And this is going back to what Fetterman is saying, de-escalate. All right? And that's true. We need to de-escalate. We also have to realize that these groups that are doing this are trying to push buttons, raise the temperature for other people to react and do atrocities. And there is this cancer that's starting to spread in American societies. And it's Marxism, branded as democratic socialism, branded as socialism, branded as the government's here to help you. We're all one big village taking care of each other. It's one big collective. It's collectivism. No, it's Marxism. But we're losing. I think the big key point here is even though there's freedom of speech, we need to start having some ethics. We need to have some civility. If we don't, this is just going to get worse and worse and worse.
I mean, honestly, so you're asking whether there's damage done by 4 individuals screaming and yelling at the president of our United States while he's trying to have dinner. That can't be a serious question. That cannot be a serious question. I mean, it's true that there's a difference between shouting and committing an assassination,
There were supporters outside
which is what
as
happened
well.
to Charlie. Well, it depends. There's nothing wrong with peaceful protests, and nobody has ever said so. Of all the people in this country, President Trump knows exactly what it's like to have people protest against him. But what he's talking about, and what the administration is talking about, is organized efforts by individuals who are not present at the protests, but they're funding these protests, and they're not protests. They're inflicting damage and harm and actually assaulting officers. They're damaging vehicles, and that's the conduct that we're trying to stop.
Well, I mean,
This is gonna be an awesome game, guys. Still can't believe you also bought a new Shell Brothers. Interested in yours, how could I not? True. Wait, think we lost JD.
well, I mean, people would argue about the ability to have free speech and to protest the government and criticize the government. Something that the Attorney General Pam Bondi said last night about free speech has gotten a lot of focus today. These were the comments that she made.
There's free speech and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie in our society. We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech.
Does this Justice Department agree that what some people would call hate speech, obviously is different definitions to different people, that is covered by the First Amendment?
Most of it is covered by the First Amendment.
No, we're not the Democrat Party. That's not what we target. And that's not in any way what the Attorney General meant, as she made crystal clear all day today. We are targeting violence. When there are individuals who are using words threatening murder, threatening violence, threatening to harm people, that's what we're targeting. And that's what's happening all too often in this country. And so, no, this isn't about the right to say whatever you want about me or about President Trump or about you. It's when you're threatening to inflict violence or harm on individuals, that's where this Department of Justice will not stand for.
But you would agree that hate speech is covered by the First Amendment?
Yes, of course hate speech is covered by the First Amendment. And everybody thinks that the Republican Party and this administration believes in that more than most, having been subjected to what we've been subjected to for the last several years. And Charlie spoke about that repeatedly because it's true. And so, no, this is not about words that are used. It's about words that are used when they're threatening violence, murder, when they're threatening to kill people. That's what
it's not as simple as just saying hate speech is protected or not protected by the First Amendment. Certain types of hate speech is not protected. See, there's the nuance. I've been saying this for years. People don't focus on nuance. Everyone is so brain dead because of the 30-second TikTok videos that they don't understand that there's a little bit of a nuance to things. And that nuance is that it's not as simple as just saying, is hate speech covered by the First Amendment? It depends on what you're saying. But most, quote, hate speech is protected.
In this country.
All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. Zeolite is really powerful stuff, right? It's a great supplement to take daily to detoxify your body. Now, why would you need to detoxify your body? Well, we're surrounded by chemicals, toxins, and heavy metals in our water and our food supply, even in the air we breathe, on our lawn, around the house, whatever. So you need to detoxify your body. Make sure you drink filtered water. Make sure you stop eating processed foods. Start eating healthier and exercise, but also detoxify your body. And there's many ways to detoxify your body through my store. You can get the zeolite, you can get the barleys, those help to detoxify your body. You can get the deodorants, that helps to detoxify your body. NAC helps to detoxify your liver, and your kidney. But the point here is that detoxification is really important to help with your immune system and your endocrine system, and your brain function, your vascular system. Many different organ systems will benefit from detoxification. Now, zeolite will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals and allow you to urinate them out within 6 to 8 hours. Take 3 small drops underneath your tongue, drink filtered water, and do that daily. If you want a heavier detox, take 10 small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water, and do that every day until the bottle's done. But I recommend doing it daily, 3 drops. And then make sure that your environment is scrubbed of, toxins and chemicals that you don't need in your home. Cleaning agents that are in the basement or in the garage or in the cupboards. You got to pay attention to that. If you need them, then put them in a double layer container. You can wrap them up in a plastic bag and then put it in a lid container, or put it into 2 different lid containers, one sandwiched into another one. But the point here is that cleaning your environment, improving your air quality, improving your quality of water, improving the foods that you eat, and detoxifying your body by taking zeolite are very important modalities to get your body into homeostasis. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. Really powerful stuff. Take it every day. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. I want to go to Fox Business here. It's titled here, "This Has Shocked the Nation," Brett Hume. So let's see what he has to say.
Download the app and get 50% off your first Wonder order with code 50Google.
With great pleasure, we welcome to the show Fox News chief political analyst, my friend Brett Hume. Brett, thank you for coming on. I mean, what is it, just to start out here, I know what J.D. Vance is saying, this radicalization of leftist violence. I mean, I know violence is good, that's for sure. But it just seems to me in recent years, it's all come from the left. What do you make of that?
Well, I think it's downstream, Larry, from Trump derangement syndrome. A significant proportion of our national population, particularly liberals and Democrats,
and journalists considered the emergence of Donald Trump on our national scene as a national emergency, that he was a uniquely bad man, that all the stuff he said, all the bragging and all the stuff he does that annoys people was all to be taken most seriously, more seriously than what he actually did. And there's been a certain craziness ever since. And I would mark.
I would take it one step further. There is the orange man bad syndrome that he's talking about. But what happened when Trump became president the first time? It was the ousting of Barack Obama. Now, what did Barack Obama represent? First, mulatto. He's truly mulatto. He's not black. He's mulatto. So, but people want to pretend that he's 100% black. He's not. He's mulatto. So he's the first mulatto president. All right. So he was pushing a socialistic agenda, very, smooth in his talk, right? I'm actually listening to his memoir on audiobook right now. And I'm at the point where he just won the election, and he's talking about the financial crisis, having to deal with it. Now, he's right in that vein of that democratic socialist. He's not a centrist like Bill Clinton was. Barack Obama is a democratic socialist. He's in the vein of that Marxism, Trotskyite type stuff. All right? He's right in that vein. So the bigger issue here isn't so much orange man bad, even though he's bombastic and he represents wealth and bravado and all this. He supplanted Barack Obama. And these Marxists and these, ultra liberals, they assumed that the next president would have to be a female or would have to be some sort of minority, AKA Hillary Clinton. And so he supplanted their typical perceived trajectory of who should be president. It's not based on merit. It's not based on experience in their minds. It's not based on what the electoral college decides to present. No. In their mind, it couldn't be a white guy. It couldn't be a Republican. It has to be a Democrat that's a minority. Has to. What if the United States, the United States Electoral College didn't want that? Oh, must have been stolen by the Russians. Must have been whatever. So what does Trump really represent with these Marxists? It's not his bravado. It's that he took away their cheese. They wanted this monotonic move of minorities elevated into the presidency, even though the majority of the people, based on the Electoral College, didn't want that. And they're having a hissy fit. And so when a Marxist doesn't get what they want, they riot. And what happened during the first term for Trump? I mean, in New York, you had tons of blacks. Even though he had a decent turnout for blacks, you had in New York black kids of elementary school age or high school age riding on BMX bicycles down the street of Broadway in Lower Manhattan. I saw this for myself. I mean, I saw this with my own eyes. All right. In the summer, going, fuck Trump. And they thought they were cool. Why? Because you had Eminem, the rapper, demonizing Trump. You had Snoop Doggy Dogg, the rapper, demonizing Trump. You had this hip-hop movement. And do you think that wasn't orchestrated? Do you think that was just organic? Oh, it was orchestrated. They were trying to tell the plantation black that's on the urban plantation, you make sure during the midterm elections that you vote for a Democrat because Orange Man's bad. And what were they trying to do? Impeach, lawfare, more lawfare. This is the mentality and the tools in the toolbox for Marxism. That's the point. It's not so much Trump. It's they didn't get their Marxist agenda pushed further downfield post Barack Obama. And no one's talking about it. No one's talking about it. It's some Discord trans bullshit that everyone's focused on, which doesn't mean a hill of beans. What means more is understanding this battle between conservatism and this ultra-liberalism that's disguising Marxism. That's more important.
Murder of Charlie Kirk has Trump derangement syndrome affecting these young people in Utah who either were involved in this, as the killer obviously or apparently was, and those who may have known about it and is affected by that.
You know, of course, to me, no violence is justified. No violence in politics is certainly justified. But I think the left has made a big mistake here, Britt. You look at these numbers, 37,000 requests to start your own chapter. That's up from 900 college chapters and 1,200 high school chapters. And I think that Charlie Kirk has had a much larger influence, a much larger impact on young people, Gen Z, and college, but on everybody than people on the left seem to understand.
Yeah, as I've said, Larry, I think this murder will have a long tail in terms of the effect on people. I think people found it, there's been a certain level of political violence. We've seen it over a period of time.
These clowns, they only look at the surface. They're not looking at the details. They're not hitting the whole pressure point. They're just looking at the fine-grained. They targeted Charlie, not because he's a provocateur, but because he was moving the youth towards the Republican Party, and he was a major money raiser. And they need that. The Republican Party needs it for the midterm elections. So if you're a Marxist, what would you do? You eliminate individuals that can get your enemy money. You eliminate individuals that can galvanize the youth. And you demonize the Republicans. You demonize them. So we're seeing this play out, this Marxist takeover in the United States in real time.
To everybody, there was something about this that had a greater impact. The fact that he was so young, that for all the things that are said about him, what he was basically was a Bible-believing Christian conservative, which marked him in the eyes of far too many people as an evil person, and that murder was the result has really shocked the nation. And you mentioned the numbers of chapters that are being organized in the aftermath of his death. That's a symptom that people that are turning out for these various observances about him or another. This is a big deal. And I think that the people on the left, of whom there are far too many, who have attacked him the way they have in the aftermath of his death have made in political terms a terrible mistake. This is revolting to people to hear this and see this stuff. And I think it reflects badly on them, of course. But it also reflects badly on the party that represents them, and that would be the Democratic Party.
Well, that's a good question. You know, is the Democratic Party now suddenly, I won't say suddenly, in recent years, as you say, the Trump derangement syndrome, is the Democratic Party now the party of violence? Is that where this thing is going?
And it was discussed and concerned during the 1968 convention. That's when it started. See, this whole thing goes all the way back to the Vietnam era. You know what's amazing? I spent a lot of money being a member at the Harvard clubs. All right? But it's fascinating because there was a moment in time at the Harvard clubs where they actually paid homage to our veterans, especially World War I and World War II. But there's something funny that happens later. They don't do anything for our veterans during the Vietnam era and beyond. Nothing. Zero. Now, what was going on during the Vietnam era? Lots of protesting. And the irony was the whole Vietnam playbook came right out of regional studies, research departments out of Harvard. That's the weird thing about it. So what happens is that you have these elite institutions and elite groups or elite alumni that have this mindset that we're some sort of imperialistic power that needs to be circumvented or truncated somehow. And we don't even celebrate our veterans anymore. What is wrong with this? Because the celebration of our veterans, going all the way back to the Civil War at Harvard, was commonplace. You walk on campus and there's tons of memorials for the Civil War veterans, for World War I and World War II. I think there's also Korea. Nothing about Vietnam. Nothing about Iraq or Afghanistan. Nothing. Zero. What's going on there? But they want $2 billion annually for research. But they don't want to tell you that when they do their budget, they need that money for admin. So this is not a recent phenomenon. This goes all the way back to the 1960s. 68 convention. And it has been pulsing decade after decade after decade. And as time goes on, that democratic socialism is starting to take hold. Now, if Middle America doesn't push back, this will get more violent.
As polling suggests, it has more of a foothold, more of a toehold on popular opinion on the left and among Democrats than it does among Republicans. But look, let's be sure, Larry, violence in politics is a minority position everywhere. It's just more so among Republicans right now than it is among Democrats. And that, politically, that could be damaging to Democrats over a period of time. And it continues, and you see these, every day I read something hideously vile and unfair and false about Charlie Kirk, the characterizations of him and so forth. It's appalling, repellent.
That's the thing, it just, somebody who stands for free speech, freedom, like Charlie Kirk, and actually, let me add it, free markets, okay? free speech, freedom, free markets.
Now think about it.
Fascist or
Free speech, freedom, free markets. Do you think those are Marxist ideals? No, they're not. Just to speed this up, they're not. So they're going to the heart. These Marxists are going to the heart of the Constitution. These, just like Miss Taiwan has said multiple times when she's been on my show, the CCP has infiltrated the United States. And there's a takedown, and they're using this kind of Marxism ideology. Now, going back to Barack Obama seems to me to be the Manchurian candidate. But if you don't get a black in or a white woman, or it's not even a white woman anymore, it's, 4 different ethnicity woman, then you must be a racist. You must be a misogynist. Really? What about having some real policies and experience? Now, the reason why I'm saying this is that's exactly what they were trying to push, that Barack Obama's platform was pushing Harris. Because it's that extension of that Marxism. It's that extension of democratic socialism. But they didn't call it democratic socialism. They just call it Democrat that's fighting for you. At least Mondani is being truthful that he's a democratic socialist. You got to give him credit for that. But everything else is dangerous because he wants to promote communism. But he's no different than Barack Obama. Now, I'm sitting back and I'm wondering, was the Barack Obama years good? And to be honest, every president, even Carter, who I think was terrible, and Biden, every president has something good about them. But I sit back and I'm wondering about Barack Obama. Of course, there was something good about Barack Obama's presidency. But in the end, was Barack Obama's presidency positive for America or negative for America? It's positive in the sense that we have gone one step further towards equality, no matter of race. That's what he kind of represents, which I think is a noble thing. But this takeover of the government and this push for socialistic programs that are in the vein of FDR, and FDR, if you really listen to the history, if you read the history, listen to the podcasters and the documentaries, watch it. Even FDR was a democratic socialist. Now, what was interesting back at that time, that's when the whole Trotsky, Leninism thing was starting to just, trickle in. That was that era, the 1920s, the Great Depression, the question of capitalism starting to falter. And maybe the writings of Lenin were true, and the writings of Stalin, or the writings of Marx was true. That was the zeitgeist at that moment in time. And then you fast forward to what was going on with Barack Obama. And it was a failure of the markets because of deregulation and over risk taking, and not understanding the systemic nature of it. So Barack Obama and FDR, they weren't too far apart. And they both were democratic socialists.
and Hitler just doesn't, I mean, I don't see how that can stick. And I think people should be called on it when they do that kind of thing. It just doesn't stick. It's just not true. It's not historically true. It's not definitionally true. It just isn't true, Rick.
I agree entirely, Larry. There are two words here that we've been hearing a lot in recent days, that I think are being heard too much in our national discourse. One of them is fascist, and they're being said often by people who really have no idea what fascism really means. You've heard it about Trump, and you heard it about Charlie Kirk, and the other one is hate. People think that those who disagree with them on issues, particularly involving gay rights and other matters of that kind, are guilty of hate. The one thing Charlie Kirk was not a hater. He was actually a very cheerful and good-natured guy who had very strong opinions.
Brett's right on this. If you talk to a Marxist or a crazy ultra-liberal and you say God, country, and family, they think that's hate. What do you mean, God? They want atheism. Heaven forbid that you say anything about God. And you start talking about family and the need for proper family development for the society. And that fetuses in the womb should have rights. Oh, that's hateful. You're against women's rights. But women's rights seem to be against fetal rights. Oh, you're a hater. Really? But that's their logic. So Brett's right about this. You bring up God, country, and family to an ultra-liberal, and they literally think it's like nuclear, like it's some sort of nuclear toxin.
Sure, but you know what he was doing at the time he was murdered is an example of what he was. That was he was making a talk to a large group of college students on their campus in their midst, and be willing to stand there and take on all comers and argue with them. And he let people have their say, and he was not unkind to them. His arguments could be pretty sharp, and you know if he made a weak argument, you could be embarrassed by him. But that wasn't. But he wasn't the guy who went around insulting people. He was not a hater by any stretch. And yet on the left, that is a widespread view.
Yeah. Just the last one, and I appreciate you coming on so much. You know,
I think he did say, I'm pretty sure that Charlie Cook did say that he hated communists. I'm pretty sure about that, but I could be wrong, but I thought he did. But the hate of communists is okay.
Awful event, what has happened here. The shooting is just awful, but is it possible, Brett, that this is a turning point? That the style of dialogue and civility, and I add humor, I like your pointing out humor, Charlie's a humorous guy. That, you know, is it possible this is a turning point in this whole great battle?
Yeah, it gives new meaning to the name of his organization, Turning Point USA. If his murder turned out to be an even larger turning point that he could have generated, you know, in life, that would be striking.
Right.
I think
he's right about that.
Turning Point USA may now grow. You know, the numbers on chapters forming and so forth are quite impressive. But remember this, Turning Point USA to a great extent was Charlie. And it was his unique ability to engage people, to persuade them, to convince them to see it his way, to give voice to a point of view that many young people growing up don't hear very much. It remains to be seen how long that movement can go and how far that movement can go without him. One can hope that from the ranks of Turning Point USA, people may emerge who can carry on as he did. But that would be a real challenge.
Yes, well, we will see. Great, you know,
I think what will happen is that there's a harmonic dissipation. There's going to be this uptick in a surge of conservatism and chapters growing in Turning Point. And then you take this thing out to 6 months. So now you're in the beginning of next year, and it's going to start to wane, and it'll be just a harmonic dissipation, and it'll get quieter and quieter as we move towards the general election. So over time, this is going to fade. for sure. I think it's going to fade. But in the short term, it's going to grow. The question is will it grow enough as it's starting to dissipate to be able to maintain youth moving towards the Republican Party? I think it will. There's probably a good probability that it will. But post the midterm election, I think it's going to wane and people are going to forget about it. Unless there's someone that steps up to the plate and takes the shoes of Charlie Kirk. And I'm not really sure that if anyone with enough street cred would be able to do it. I mean, Milo is close, but he may be a little bit too old for it. See, Charlie Kirk was at that perfect age. He was at the perfect age, the skill of rhetoric, and pushing these values of God, country, and family. And I'm not really sure that there is really a conservative of that age group to be able to really step up to the plate. He's somewhat of a one of a kind. But in the short term, it will grow. Okay. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. Collagen will help with your skin, your nails, your hair, your musculature, your joints, your cartilage, and even your bones. Take it every day. This is a month supply. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, milk, or a smoothie, but take it every day. Another great supplement to take is Gladiator Barley. Gladiator Barley will help build muscle, do resistance training with it. They'll bring down inflammation. Your recovery time will be faster. And also, this will daily detoxify your body and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. So this is a dual purpose product. It's a high density protein. Take it every day. And a great stack with Gladiator Barley, with doing the resistance training, is to take it with the collagen. Stack it with the collagen, and you're getting dual purpose here. You're helping with your skin, your nails, your hair, your musculature, your bones, your joint health. And you're also helping with your musculature. You're bringing down inflammation. And bringing down inflammation helps many different things. Your cerebral, by bringing down inflammation for your brain, that's going to help the health of the neurons and neural connections. By bringing down inflammation at the vascular level, it's going to reduce plaque buildup. By bringing down inflammation systemically, will help with your immune system and endocrine system. So it's a dual purpose product. Take it every day, but stack it and you get added benefits. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. If you stack these supplements that I have, very high quality, you stack them the way I tell you to, you're going to slow down the aging process and you're going to be targeting different systems. And better yet, if you have a better immune system, you're going to be better off in the fall and the winter. And something's coming in the fall and the winter, for sure. It's not maybe, it's for sure. So you better prepare for it.
For like the day before.
Right.
But I mean, lawmakers don't have time for a shutdown on either side of the aisle, do they?
Well, certainly Republicans do. I mean, I think Republicans really want to enact Donald Trump's agenda, and having the government shut down is just a huge short-term distraction for that, which is why they've effectively already conceded this fight by saying we will do a clean CR. Traditionally, conservatives hate clean CRs, especially CRs that continue the funding at Biden levels of funding. And we're basically continuing Biden's fiscal policies with the CR. They've conceded that. They're like, we'll do this for another 6 weeks. The Democrats are feeling so much pressure from their base that they have to make Donald Trump fight. They have to make Donald Trump lose, suffer. And so they're coming up with these things that they want to include in the CR that Republicans are never going to agree to. Ironically, they're related to Obamacare.
Yeah.
I worked in the Senate when we were in the minority and Obama was president,
and we shut down the government over Obamacare stuff. And I remember very vividly
Wasn't I talking about that this thing goes all the way back to Obama and his version of democratic socialism? And this thing goes all the way back to the 1968 in this more militant Democrat.
Along with them on this, and they'll eventually concede. The only way that doesn't happen is if the moderates in the Senate, of which there's a handful of Democrats, don't realize that this is a political loser and agree to break with Schumer and keep the government open, which I think is a real possibility.
Secretary Kennedy demanded.
The idea of extending Obamacare tax credits is something that can be handled at some point between now and the end of the year.
Right.
The CR ends Thanksgiving. Mike Johnson this morning said a policy debate at the end of December has nothing to do with a funding proposition in September.
Right.
That type of messaging might make some sense to people, but would that suggest that there is a concerted debate over Obamacare?
Oh, I think there absolutely is. I think that there are a lot of Republicans in the House and the Senate who are concerned about ending these subsidies going into.
Because you know how that polls.
Of course.
It's brutal.
Whenever you take something away from somebody, that's going to be unpopular. And so I think that there are a lot of Republicans in both House and Senate. While they don't like these tax incentives, they're not really looking for these tax credits. They're not looking to cut them going into a midterm cycle. So I think there is interest in extending them. They just really don't want to do it as part of a standalone CR. They want it to be done in the context of funding the overall government.
Got it.
So I do think that this is going to be on the table this fall. Look, whatever happens the next couple of weeks here with the government, with whether or not we shut down the government, there is going to be a big funding fight before the end of the year. And you're going to have healthcare drawn into it. You're going to include Obamacare tax centers. There's going to be a lot on the plate. And so I think this is not the fight, right? This is the fight before the fight.
So you're not scheduling the ski vacation for Christmas, it sounds like.
Yeah, well, I mean, we could very well be here on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Which would not be unprecedented.
You've done it before,
Yeah,
no doubt.
exactly.
Interesting conversation with Senator Fetterman, of course, a Democrat from Pennsylvania, was on with Brett Baer on Fox News talking about all that. Let's listen to what he said.
I absolutely fully support extending the tax credits for the ACA, but I refuse absolutely to vote for anything where that's to shut our government down. You know, I can agree and strongly believe in something, but that it's unacceptable to hold the government, opening or closing as a hostage, and I refuse to be part of it. So that's going to be where we're at, and I've been very clear on that.
Is John Fetterman actually on the leading edge? Or will he end up being for Democrats?
Fetterman represents that moderate bloc. Now he's obviously the most vocal and outspoken of them. But there are a handful of moderates in the Senate Democrats that are facing re-elections in the next few years that just aren't looking to shut down the government over a fight that they know that they can't win. If you've been in the Senate for a long time, you know the minority always loses these shutdown fights, especially when they're the ones making demands. Look, this is a political loser for them. I think Fetterman recognizes it. I think a lot of them recognize it, but they feel the pressure from the debate to at least show some fight. I've been there. I understand the pressure that they're feeling. And it's hard to tell your base that they're wrong, but their base is wrong.
Interesting. The conversations, I can only assume in the coming days are going to decide this, right? We've got another week off essentially with the holidays next week. And then when they come back, they'll have like 3 days to
The Republicans are going to push forward the clean CR. It's going to pass the House. Trump might have to twist the ball arms amongst Republicans, but it'll pass the House. We'll bring it to the Senate floor, and then we'll see if the Democrats blink or not.
Okay. There is a backdrop here of corrosion in relationships on Capitol Hill between Democrats and Republicans, just like we're seeing nationally following the shooting of Charlie Kirk. And I wonder where your head is. I think we all consider you a pretty balanced, moderate guy yourself, an old line Republican. Maybe you can check that. I know you want me to call you a conservative Republican.
Yeah.
But a conservative maybe in an older sense, if you know what I'm saying here. When it comes to Republican politics, the blame game that's going on right now is one we can all probably agree is pretty dangerous. I just wonder how it impacts policy making. There's a dual censure effort underway against Ilhan Omar right now. Maybe that takes out some of the poison on the floor, but where's the catharsis here? How do we get around it?
Look, I've been working in politics my entire adult life. Worked on lots of presidential campaigns, Bush White House, Senate, lots of presidential campaigns. And you're right, like this is not just happened in the last week. It's not Donald Trump's fault. This is the rhetoric, the personal nature of politics has been getting exponentially worse for the last 20 years. And I don't know how it turns around. I don't know what would cause it to turn around, but clearly last week was, just poured fuel on a fire.
Feels like a new low.
Yes, and I think for a lot of conservatives who have felt targeted, it became incredibly personal. And I think a lot of Democrats, not all of them, I think most Democrats' response was totally appropriate, but obviously some of them weren't.
Sure.
I think they're feeling the backlash now. Where this goes, I don't know. The future is very hard to predict, but clearly it's a very toxic environment. And it does make governing harder, right? Like when both sides are have made the debate as personal as it is, it's just harder for lawmakers to craft bipartisan policy, because at the end of the day, to craft lasting policies in this country, you need bipartisan support, and that's really hard to do at this point.
You remember the Capitol Hill shooting back in 1999, I believe it was.
Yeah.
That really shook the Capitol, shook the city. We weren't really used to anybody could walk in the Capitol back then. Remember, you could go to anybody's office. Didn't even need a chaperone or a badge or a credential at that point. And that was the beginning of the change. Things tightened up a lot more after 9/11.
A lot more security, yeah.
But what do we need now? Do lawmakers need details? That's what they're talking about this week.
I think that's totally appropriate.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, look, there's a lot of crazy people in this country, and a lot of angry people in this country.
Yes.
And so,
would you put your candidate in an outdoor event?
I know a lot of people in public life, and they're scared, right? Like the environment is very toxic right now, and so I think the minimum we can do is make sure that our public leaders are safe.
Does this require leadership on a political level to get us out of this, to get us to a different tone and a different conversation? Or is it something, I guess, more bleak than that? That in 2 or 3 weeks, everybody moves on, the news cycle churns, and we're not talking about it anymore?
Well, it's a chicken and an egg argument, right? Like, I think leaders reflect public opinion. And so, look, Donald Trump was elected because that's who Republicans want as their leader.
Sure.
And you look at the sorts of Democrats that are being nominated right now in state and local elections, that's where the Democratic Party is headed as well. This is like we're getting the leaders that we voted for. And so I think it's so obviously I think, national leadership can help set the tone for environments, but at the end of the day, that national leadership is reflecting the broader public.
In the meantime, we're at the beginning of what looks like a spiral of 5-year gerrymandering here. Is the redrawing of congressional maps and the positioning we're seeing Democrats and Republicans only going to make the partisanship more extreme?
I think it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. I mean, ironically, what we're doing is making a lot of these districts way more competitive. You're taking very safe Democratic districts and turning them more purple, and the way you do that is by taking very safe Republican districts and turning them more purple. Both parties here are gambling that the political environment is going to be very good for them.
Yeah, not true.
But if it's not, this could backlash on one of the parties. So if at the end of the day we have a lot more purple districts, that's not necessarily a bad thing.
So we're back to dummy mandering or something like that in the meantime.
We'll see.
This is why people hire Alex Conant. Great to have you back. Thank you. Firehouse Strategies, live with us in Washington, D.C.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor will help to get rid of that brain fog and help to support your memory. Drink it with filtered water, do some exercising, get better blood flow, and what's going to happen is you're going to be able to concentrate on tasks at work or at home or in school, and you're going to be able over time to build better neuroplastic networks for your neurons. You'll be able to think faster and improve your memory and your concentration. Take it every day as part of your neurostack. And another very important supplement that I have, if you're age 40 or older, take vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex will help your mitochondria, help with your cellular metabolism, and help to protect your neurons. Super important. And you can stack it with the Clarity Factor. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I offer and follow my health protocol. Slow down the aging process and boost up that immune system. Super important for the fall and the winter. Be prepared. Let's listen to Pierce Morgan.
Zero helps me take my business anywhere I want.
All right, team, listen up. There's a national blood shortage. Big Ten schools, how do we get students, fans, alumni to donate? Hit me.
Hey, Pierce Morgan is with us now. Pierce, when you're looking at all this, could you give us an idea of how the king is doing? I think he spent the last 2 years battling cancer, and we heard about the treatment, which is never easy. How's he doing?
And Kate, too.
And Kate.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at actually 3 people there who've been in health woes. The king has had cancer, obviously Kate's had cancer, and the Queen has been recovering from sinusitis. She wasn't able to attend a major royal funeral yesterday. So they've all been through different kinds of health problems. But look, the king is in his mid-70s. He's been pretty sick, I think, with the cancer, but he's a remarkably resilient man, like his mother was, like so many of the royals are. And there was absolutely no chance he wasn't going to be there today to lead the charge for the president. And I have to say, I've covered a lot of royal events, a lot of state visits over the years, to American presidents, other foreign leaders. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite on the scale that's being rolled out here for President Trump. And that is a mark of the respect, I think, that the UK has for the United States. This is really quite exceptional. And I think that, I'd like to just put that on record. They wouldn't even do this for Brian Kilby. That's how big this is.
You don't know that for sure. You don't know that for sure. Yes, you should.
No, I do know that as a nailed down thing.
Hey, Pierce, I'm curious. I know in the UK, everything is about protocol. I don't think I've ever witnessed American president and first lady. They were extremely chatty immediately there. Normally it's very strict and everyone is standing for the photo. Is that because of that prior relationship or just the respect they have for him?
Well, I think, A, they know each other quite well now. And I think, secondly, I spoke to one of the people that you've just seen with the president. I won't say which one it was, but one of them told me, one of the royals, that they love him coming into town because he's very different to most of the people that come that they have to meet. They have to meet a lot of boring people. In President Trump, for one thing, whether you like him or not, President Trump, no one's ever called him boring. And I think they find it pretty entertaining when he comes to town. And I think they genuinely like him. I think also important to note that the history of Donald Trump and the British royal family is really embedded in him, and they know that. Apologies for the sirens going on behind me. I spoke to Donald Trump a few years ago about the fact that when television first came out in the early 50s, the first really major televised event in the world was the coronation of Queen Elizabeth. And Donald Trump's mother, obviously Scottish, she sat him down, he was about 6 years old, and they were in New York, I think, and they watched it together on this small television. And that really cemented in Donald Trump his mother's love for the royal family, his mother's respect for the royal family. And I actually interviewed Donald Trump on Air Force One after he last went to see the Queen at Windsor Castle. He flew in on Marine One, he came on the plane, and he was absolutely buzzing with real excitement about having spent quality time with the Queen, because it took him back to that moment he shared with his mother watching the coronation when the Queen was just in her mid-20s. So there's a long history there of Donald Trump with the royals. And I think that King Charles and Queen Camilla and the Prince and Princess of Wales, they know that. And I think that's why they really like him coming for these big royal events, because they know that it means a lot to him.
Martha, Pierce, I don't know if who booked you, but it was a good idea. You know a lot of stuff. So does Martha. Martha, not only do you have a big interview tomorrow, but for the UK, they need us more. You have the President of the United States. They need us more than ever, because that Brexit, which was a buzzword years ago, it's really taken root now. It is the UK separate from the EU, and we could be helping to supplant to be the main trading partner. And we have yet to, and we're in the middle of executing that trade deal.
Absolutely, Brian. And I think that was one of the hopes for the original plan for Brexit, that it would strengthen England's ties with other countries, obviously primarily with the United States. We'll glimpse inside the carriage there as they're going on their procession around inside the gardens at Windsor Castle. But it is, the hope that they will be able to strengthen this bond. And you look at the relationship with the EU, a couple of members have continued to buy Russian oil
They are huge buyers of liquid natural gas from Russia. So this is a huge issue because you think about the global dynamic in the world. You've got that meeting that we just saw a couple of weeks ago with Modi of India, Vladimir Putin of Russia, and President Xi of China. Remember, President Trump will speak with Xi on Friday. That's a very big conversation.
Huge.
So look at the global dynamic, and you've got the lining up of the United States and the UK in this huge moment that the whole world will be watching. All of these things are very significant in terms of these relationships and how it shakes out in the global picture.
Pierce, question for you. Pierce, question for you, so that you know the lay of the land, you live there. We were amazed after Charlie Kirk's death when we saw tens of thousands join far-right rallies in London. They were mourning his death. It sounds like your country is going through a lot of what we're going through in our country. And a lot of the articles I read this morning were talking about the protests against President Trump. So give us a map of the feelings amongst the residents in your country.
Yeah, well, first of all, I would say I've been really struck just driving through central London today and by the scenes in Windsor about the lack of protests against President Trump. Very, very different to his first day visit, and very indicative that I think that whether people like Donald Trump personally or not, very interesting piece in The Economist magazine, very respected economic magazine this week, saying that Trumpism, in other words, what Donald Trump stands for, his policies, his sort of gut feeling for how things should be, is getting more and more popular in the United Kingdom. And what we saw in the big march on Saturday, yes, some of the people marching were far right, and some of them, frankly, were thugs who got into fights with police. But they were a small minority. There were over 100,000 people in that march, one of the biggest marches in modern times. And many of them were just regular, ordinary members of the public, not identifying as far right at all. But they're fed up with things like unrestricted illegal migrants coming over our southern border on the small boats that you've talked about, I know, many times. That problem, we were assured by Prime Minister Keir Starmer he was going to smash the gangs. That was his big mission statement when he was running to be Prime Minister. Well, he's been Prime Minister over a year, and actually the numbers of people coming over on the small boats on our southern border have increased. So the gangs haven't been smashed, but record numbers of migrants coming in illegally, that has been smashed, those records. So that's a big concern for people, as is housing the would-be asylum seekers as they frame themselves, but many, of course, are economic migrants, it turns out. They're being housed in pretty nice hotels and being treated in a way that many British people are struggling to live at that quality of life themselves. So a lot of resentment building up, a lot of extra pressure on public services. So when people marched on Saturday, they were, I think, a lot of them thinking, you know, we could do with a bit of Donald Trump in our country. Keir Starmer's getting very unpopular, a series of scandals. The UK ambassador, Peter Mandelson, to Washington has just had to resign in a scandal connected to the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. You know, he had his deputy leader, Angela Rayner, had to resign the week before. It feels like a government in crisis, and people are crying out, I think, for strong leadership, which is why, for example, Nigel Farage, a close friend of Donald Trump, is increasing in support and popularity with his Reform Party here. So there's a lot of turmoil in the UK, and a lot of people are saying to me, you know, even if they don't like Trump personally, I do, but not everybody does, but they're saying even if you don't like him personally, it's hard to disagree with a leader who believes in a strong border, who believes in tackling crime aggressively, who believes in fewer foreign wars, who believes in paying less taxes and so on. And I think that people are looking at it and saying, yeah, we could do with a bit of Trumpism here.
Well, Pierce, that's been the most fascinating thing.
Look at this.
I know it's beautiful.
I feel like I'm watching a movie from the 1700s.
Never seen anything like this before. Obviously, a great honor for the president. Pierce, you talk about the politics domestically there in the UK. And Starmer, as progressive as he is, he gets along with the president. How do they make this work?
Well, I think that, if anything, the one thing you could say Keir Starmer has played very well since coming into office is the relationship with Donald Trump. And I've spoken to President Trump about this. In fact, I spoke to him the day after Keir Starmer was in the Oval Office, giving him the letter from King Charles about this historic second state visit. And Donald Trump said, look, obviously we're different politically, but he said I get on with him very well. He's a straight talker, straight shooter. We have a good relationship, and that's increased, I think, and they built on that ever since. I think the trade deal we did was a good thing for the UK, and I think indicative again of that good relationship. So although Keir Starmer has lots of domestic problems, on the international stage, I think particularly the way he's forged a good friendship and relationship with the President of the United States, that's been a good thing.
So, if I can bring in Benjamin Hall for a second. Benjamin, big story in the London Times today about Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and his great relationship with the former Prince turned King that goes back decades to the late 90s, and they've become personal friends. If you are looking to reduce tariffs and get that trade deal, and this was the first deal to come in, that's the guy to be tight with, because the president really listens to Scott Bessent.
Well, absolutely, and that's what they were hoping might take place tomorrow as well. Take steel, for example, where around the world tariffs are at 50%, but the UK has that down to 25%. They were hoping that would come down lower, and I know Secretary Bessent is going to be at Chequers tomorrow talking about that, but there were no quotas involved in that. So I believe that the UK was given an option. They could have a smaller quota at a lower percentage, or they could stick at 25%, and they decided that overall 25% will be better. But look, the UK economy needs a lot of support at the moment. It really is floundering. I think that Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister here, has so many negative things on his plate at the moment. That Keir's just talked about quite a few of them. He is hoping that that relationship with the US will bring some good news over the next couple of days. And look, many people are looking ahead as well. One of the key parts to talk about tomorrow is countering China. It's about countering China in the AI race. It's about providing all the infrastructure for that. So that's one place where the two countries are working very, very close. They're hand in hand. And I think that's where we will see the big announcements tomorrow, is on countering China, making sure the AI future is secure.
I think Ridley Scott,
the UK needs its help.
This seems like Ridley Scott is doing a movie dated in the 1810.
Well, Martha, we were there for when Harry and Meghan were married. And is this the long driveway that is in front of Windsor Castle? I know usually people enter through the back entrance, which we saw oftentimes during that week when we were there. But when they got married, they went around the entire town of Windsor. Everyone was lining the streets, and they came back up this long driveway.
Yeah, the long.
Yeah, the long walk is what you are correctly referring to, Ainsley, and Ben and I are both trying to get a look at this vantage point, because I know they are inside the walls of Windsor Castle for this entire visit, and at Harry and Meghan's wedding, they did a procession through town and curved up around the castle so that people could greet them and see them. But I think security measures are a major part of why you're not seeing anything outside of the walls and around town right now.
That's good.
I don't know, Ben, if you have anything to add on.
I mean, to Martha's point real quickly, there's not a Secret Service agent inside. The vehicle is the carriage. This is unheard of for an American president. And honestly, there's no other country where this would be allowed. This just shows you the protection of the president, and this is why the camera angles are off a little bit right now. They don't want you to know exactly where he is.
It's the castle that kept out barbarians 200 years ago.
I mean, just a sight to see.
Yeah, it's a good point. These are very tight camera shots, and they do make it a little difficult to tell where they are at any given moment within the park. But you see them entering the castle walls as they move through that archway right now, and then they will enter the green in the center here. And this is where they'll be greeted by, and Ben made this point earlier, 3 of the different guard groups, including the Royal Guard, the Grenadier Guard, the Scots Guard, and the Coldstream Guards. I'm looking at Ben to make sure that I have that correct. He's nodding. So this is, I just want to emphasize again how unprecedented this is, and that the entire purpose of this and the preparation that's gone on for the last
6 to 8 weeks on the part of every single person who you see as part of this is to roll out the red carpet in the biggest way possible for Donald Trump.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brighteon Channel.
And I'm Eve Hart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Good brand for plowing ahead, and Congress certainly can assert itself if it chooses to, but the problem is it has not. And on the issue of this meeting, it is critically important. You know, Dr. Menares said today she was open to changing the schedule for childhood vaccines if there was data and science behind it. Her problem was that the health secretary asked her to preemptively agree that she would take the recommendations before they came out, before the meeting was held, regardless of the science. And of course, that would be, something that no scientist could do and no public official should do.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the very high-quality toothpaste that I have. Whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with the health of your gum line, and bring down inflammation at the gum line. Very high-quality toothpaste. You're going to need this for the fall and the winter, trust me. All right? Structural nano silver, no fluoride, very high quality. Get a few tubes of this toothpaste for your household. Be prepared. Also, what's really important is to detoxify your body and use deodorant. These deodorants are for males and females. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. It's dual purpose. Use it as a daily deodorant, but it'll help to detoxify your body. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas, all natural ingredients, has no aluminum and no baking soda. Use this every day. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the very high quality deodorants that will help to detoxify your body.
It's a little bit baffling to a lot of people around Donald Trump and his supporters and folks in his administration. Donald Trump cut a deal with, Bobby Kennedy to give him authority over health policy in the United States if he endorsed him. I mean, Kennedy has said that repeatedly. I'm not making this up. And so that's what he's getting. And Donald Trump got the advantage of having the Maha movement sign on 100%, helped him win the election, and now it's Kennedy's job to rule, even if he undermines some of the great accomplishments of Donald Trump's first term. I would say in Cassidy's case,
yeah, whatever. All right, let's see. Let's take a look at some other news. Let's listen into Sky News here.
Joining me now is the author of international bestsellers, including The Strange Death of Europe, The Madness of Crowds, The War in the West, and his latest on democracies and death cults. Douglas Murray, before we dive into today's issues, I last spoke to you just a couple of hours after Charlie Kirk's murder. How do you see his legacy? He was only 31, but the impact he had on politics, on campus culture, and the wider culture was enormous.
Yes, it was, and there's been such an outpouring in the last week almost since his assassination that it just really embeds that fact. The President, Donald Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and many others have been incredibly involved in the aftermath. In the case of all of these people, consoling Charlie Kirk's widow, family, and much more, and awarding him posthumously the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And then, perhaps as importantly, there have also, of course, been, I wouldn't say demonstrations, more gatherings around the world, across America, in London, as far afield as South Korea, of people paying tribute to Charlie Kirk. And that's been an incredible thing to see, actually, a huge outpouring. Charlie Kirk said that when he was asked how he wanted to be remembered, which is a rather scary thing in hindsight, to think that somebody just out of his 20s was very often asked.
Yeah.
He wanted to be remembered for his faith, for his Christian faith. And it's really telling, I think, and a fine tribute to him that the people who have been gathering in tribute to him have not done so in the sort of way that certain sections of society do, by causing businesses to have to board up their shop windows and so on. No, very far from it. They're gathering in prayer and in vigil. And that's really been an incredibly moving thing to see.
Now, Douglas, President Donald Trump has arrived in the UK to meet with King Charles. He'll be spending the night at Windsor before meeting Keir Starmer at the Prime Minister's residence. This is a historic visit, the first time a US president has had 2 state visits to the UK while in office. Douglas, there's going to be plenty of pomp and pageantry. There'll be further trade talk. What else do you expect to see from this visit? Will President Trump bring up those huge anti-mass immigration protests we've just seen in London?
It's possible that he will. President Trump's been asked about this visit and has stressed that it's really about the king in the royal family, and that's clearly his own passion in accepting this visit, is his passion for the country of his mother's birth, and for the United Kingdom, and especially for the monarchy. He has met Keir Starmer, of course, a number of times since coming back into office. It's an uneasy relationship in lots of ways, and you can see that. Keir Starmer's politics really couldn't be further away from those of President Trump. But on the other hand, the UK needs good trade relations with the US. President Trump and the Trump administration has been pretty generous so far in that, in those negotiations. And I would expect it to go smoothly. And I would imagine, given recent events in America, maybe, just maybe, the domestic anti-Trump left in the UK might keep their usual sort of rude protests down. Remember that last time President Trump went to the UK, people like the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, tried to make it all about themselves, allowed protesters to, I mean, it was within the law, but I mean, sort of insult the guests of the United Kingdom. I imagine there might be a little bit less of that this time. It's hard to say at the moment.
Well, on those protests across, London, certainly, the crowd number there was enormous. But these protests have been variously described by the media as far-right and extremist, white nationalists. But let's hear from a couple taking part who challenge those narratives.
What's your name? Why are you here today? I'm Anne. That's Andrew, my husband. We want our children to be able to speak without being persecuted or being arrested. We don't want to have tweets on X or anything else. And being criminalized for quotes. I think everybody should be able to speak.
And Douglas, let me play you the experience of this next woman, a black woman in a hijab, who attended the march expecting to be abused.
I'm going to the September 13th protest and seeing how many times I get called. Go back to Africa. Oh no. Oh no.
But let's see what actually happened and what she had to say after.
I went to the Tommy Robinson protest on September 13th and it was fine. I also went alone as well. I met my friend like 2 hours later in central London, but I was by myself and I went straight to the belly of the beast and I saw nothing but peaceful people, respectful people. I was even interviewing them. I asked them in my last TikTok. They're actually good people, and I knew that I shouldn't have been afraid. I was never ever going to be afraid because I grew up with English people. I grew up with white people, and they've been nothing but polite, respectful. That's their culture, politeness, precision. The issue is a lot of minority cultures for them have become the predominant culture in areas in the UK like London, Liverpool, Manchester, Luton. to the point that these towns and cities become unrecognizable.
Douglas, she gets it better than 95% plus of the media.
Yeah, I mean, good for her in one way. I mean, it's sort of absurd that in the country she lives in, she thinks there's a kind of belly of the beast, which is a protest like this. Good for her for acknowledging that she was wrong and was misjudging her countrymen and women. It's an astonishing thing to see this, Rita, because Tommy Robinson's Unite the Kingdom protest gathered a very large number of people in the centre of London, at least 100,000, probably significantly more than that. It's always hard to say with these protests. Organizers always say they're larger, and the police always say they're smaller. But it was a very much more peaceful event than any of the media wanted to admit it might be, or indeed in the end was. There were some arrests, but infinitely fewer than, let's say, that great celebration of multicultural, diverse London, the Notting Hill Carnival, where there are always dozens of arrests and stabbings and sexual assaults and so on. The Tommy Robinson United Kingdom event went off peacefully. It went off positively. I watched a relay of what happened from the stage. It wasn't anything like a white supremacist, white nationalist thing. There was a black gospel choir. There were some Maoris doing one of the chants and things, and it was all very good natured. Some of the speakers talked about the things that clearly are worrying my fellow Brits. I mean, things like, yes, mass illegal migration, the fact that people who describe themselves as white British are finding themselves to be a minority in every major English city. That's a big one. I mean, that's not like an imaginary fear. That's just something that has actually happened without their asking for it. In fact, asking for it not to happen for generations now. There was a significant expression of concern about the rape gangs in the north of England and indeed across all of England, and much more. But it was all actually, it was very peaceable. And one of the things that's striking about it all, Rita, not just the misrepresentation, but the fact that it'd be actually very hard to imagine Keir Starmer, for instance, being able to raise any kind of mobilized, group of people for a positive celebration of Britishness in this way. There were bishops of the Church of England who all came out to condemn the event, but one thing notable about it was the prevalence of Christianity in it. There was a bishop from a sect who opened with a prayer, and there were calls for Christian revival at the event, all of which was very interesting. But isn't it fascinating that at this time when there's really a need in Britain for a positive vision of the country, for pride in the country and much more, that so much of the almost all of the political class, almost all the media and everyone else doesn't want to be within a million miles of these people, and indeed doesn't even speak to these people. And good for that girl you just showed for realizing that actually if they did speak to most of these people, they would realize they're not some sort of, trolls you can't approach, you're a dangerous white supremacist, nationalist, Nazi, KKK, etc., etc. They're decent people who want their country to revive itself and not to fall into this appalling despot that it's currently in.
Hi. Ready for an ultra?
Thirsty for an ultra?
Don't forget, there's ultrasound line. Woo! I didn't.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. Omega-3 will bring down systemic inflammation, help to prevent your red blood cells from over-sticking, and it will help to improve your lipid profile. omega-3 supplement will help with your cardiovascular health. Super important. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the omega-3. Also, like I said, omega-3 prevents overclotting, and that may be really important for you, especially in the fall and the winter. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. Also, resveratrol. This helps with youthful gene expression, helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence, helps to boost up the health of the mitochondria. It soaks up free radicals. This is a great supplement to add to your stack to slow down the aging process and to increase your longevity. Resveratrol can stack with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol, vitamin B complex, and also a great stack is the omega-3 with the resveratrol. You're helping with your cardiovascular health, and resveratrol helps with the youthful gene expression. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
For Keir Starmer, it could have been a worse time for this state visit to happen, even though 7 months ago, a lot of onlookers were saying, look, this was a very clever diplomatic move for the UK government to pull out, because what happened after that? The United Kingdom would jump to the top of the queue when it comes to the trade relationship. I was in the Oval Office in May when the president was on speakerphone with the prime minister announcing the trade agreement, which they then signed on the sidelines of the G7. But it's a completely different political environment right now for the prime minister, and really not the most opportune moment for him to have this state visit with the president of the United States.
Anne-Marie, it's great to have you with us from Windsor Castle Live, Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Dern, who we'll be hearing more from over the course of this visit. Again, the President and First Lady will be there through tomorrow and want to assemble our political panel. For more on this and the other stories we're tracking today in Washington, Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. Jeannie is our Democratic analyst and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Rick, our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Rick, would you have the president hold the news conference? You saw those images of Jeffrey Epstein projected on the massive tower at Windsor Castle last evening. It's a conversation the administration would prefer not to have. Can you trust the British press, never mind the Americans, to keep that quiet?
Yeah, I think that the Prime Minister is just as concerned about having to answer questions as Anne-Marie pointed out. He's just lost his U.S. ambassador, Peter Mandelson, to some of the scandal. But yeah, I mean, obviously that's what they're going to try to avoid. Donald Trump's pretty good about wandering around in an answer to keep it from becoming a dominant theme. And his traveling press will be also looking for opportunities to curry favor with the president. And so it's not likely to be a major topic. And there are interesting things, whether it's what's the standing currently of negotiations for ending the war in Ukraine, to what's happening in Gaza, to immigration. They just had a massive rally opposed to immigration in downtown London. The visuals were amazing. I would expect that to be right down the center for Donald Trump to want to take a swing at. So yeah, there's going to be an interesting opportunity to hear exactly how these two politicians, under siege a little bit in both their countries, are reacting to the world event.
Well, Jeannie, weigh in here. I mean, we know Rick just mentioned those immigration protests as well. There were some questions around free speech and the enforcement of free speech around that as well. Something J.D. Vance has previously brought up in London. From your perspective, what might we hear when it comes to a relationship, a transatlantic alliance that could potentially see some strain this week?
Sorry, can you hear me now, Preeti? Sorry about that.
We absolutely can't go for it, Jeannie.
So for all the pageantry and the beautiful pictures that we're seeing, and you were just talking, and Rick was just talking about this Robinson-led protest, which was, I believe, the largest far-right demonstration in UK history. And who was there to speak, at least via virtually, was Elon Musk,
And what did he say? He said, whether you choose violence or not, violence is coming for you. And of course, the Prime Minister condemned those remarks. But that is quite a stark reminder of this split screen that the people of Great Britain are seeing, and of course, Americans are seeing. While the president is enjoying all this pageantry, there is this split screen of the Kirk assassination, issues surrounding hate speech and free speech, what's happening to public health in this country, and even the president this morning out on social media ranting against the far left. And so I think there's something almost unbelievable for a viewer watching all of this. It just all doesn't seem to add up. And the real question is, when they get down to policy, where are they on Ukraine? Where are they on the Middle East? Where are they on immigration? Where are they on tariffs? And what do they do with the likes of the wealthiest man in the world who's going out talking about violence coming for you to the people of Great Britain?
Rick, the idea that we've got executives along for the ride again tells you what about the president? Is this just the go forward when it comes to international travel?
Absolutely. He is trying to basically run a mercantile government where we're out there promoting U.S. businesses and we're demanding that if you want to do business with the U.S., you have to basically become a U.S. business. And companies all over the country have made common cause with that, and they realize not just because the federal government is a massive customer and in some cases now making investments in their businesses, it does you no good to ruffle the feathers of Donald Trump and the environment that Trump has created with the tariff regime has made it even more important to be in good stead with the government in order to get carve-outs when you need them. So if Donald Trump says, hey, the posse is going to Great Britain, I think they're going to saddle up and head in his direction.
But Rick, what about the regulation question here? I mean, famously, a lot of these international companies that have tried to do acquisitions, that have tried to really embrace some of the loosening of regulatory scrutiny from Washington, have found a lot of pushback in the UK. I'll give you an example. Microsoft's takeover of Activision was really given clearance in the States, was pushed back very aggressively in the UK. This has been a sticking point in trade negotiations. Do you think this is the moment where they might make some progress on that kind of stuff?
I think that there'll probably be a thorough conversation about European reform, both from the commercial sector, but also from the military sector. What are you doing to put more pressure on the Russians? You saw Donald Trump in advance of this trip start talking about how the Europeans need to match what he's willing to do and stop buying Russian oil. I have no doubt that conversations will take place, even if it's at the Scott Bessent level, around liberalization of rules governing mergers and acquisitions. As you point out, banking. Europe has a very protected banking sector. We know from people like Jamie Dimon in the past at JP Morgan that they'd love to have a better presence in Europe. So, yeah, I think there's going to be a fulsome, certainly staff level conversation about some of these reforms. And I think Europe has learned that they need to engage with the Trump administration and find common cause in some of these things, because otherwise, you're just going to be held over the barrel when it comes to future negotiations.
Jeannie, President Trump and the First Lady are overseas while some pretty high drama, political drama, I should say, unfolds here in the nation's capital, all waiting for him when he gets back, not the least of which is a potential government shutdown. A week from now, we've got the Jeffrey Epstein affair that seems to have followed him to Britain, and any number of other stories that he's going to have to deal with, including just a day or two after he gets back, the funeral for Charlie Kirk in Arizona. He's going to sit down today with Fox News for an interview. Apparently a couple of hours from now, we'll hear some of his remarks. And I don't know if all of these stories are going to factor into it, but what do you make of the timing? Well, we watch him take a ride in a carriage with the king and salute the troops, watch the flyovers, and spend the day at Windsor Castle. What's the sort of storyline, if you will, that's going to be waiting for him when he gets back home?
You know, I think the big story is how much this is just a cognitive dissonance for anybody watching this, and what the president can do to address some of these issues. He has gone abroad. We've seen this in the modern presidency. Presidents go abroad and oftentimes, like he is, enjoy this type of pageantry. But the reality is, for Donald Trump, he has so many challenges at home, from the budget to political violence to healthcare. I mean, the list goes on. And then you look abroad, almost everything he promised to do has not been done as you look abroad, including, importantly for the Europeans, what's going on in Ukraine. So these are all issues that are waiting for him. And I would hope that the anchors or the reporters who are talking to him from Fox ask him about all of these. But the last time he sat down with them, much of his rhetoric was particularly inflamed, finding an enemy on the left that he could point to and blame for what is happening. And that is not going to do much to address any of these situations. And indeed, it makes the challenge of political violence worse.
Well, we'll see if he's going to be watching what comes out of the Federal Reserve today. Maybe we'll get some truths from the UK. J.D. Shanzano and Rick Davis, thank you so much. Bloomberg Politics contributors on our panel today. On our Fed Day, in fact, just about 10 minutes from now, a little more than that, we're going to start our special Fed coverage live from New York alongside Preeti Gupta. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll have more from our panel tomorrow here on Balance of Power. In the meantime, we turn our attention to the matter at hand, the Federal Reserve. It's all next on Bloomberg.
Download the app and get 50% off your first Wonder order with code 50Google.
At Replit, we believe everyone should be able to create software without limits and without knowing how to code. Introducing Agent 3.
To me tonight, I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster, the ultimate clique. And you're fighting like rats in a sack. But here on the Camilla Tominey Show, we ask the questions the establishment media is too scared to ask. Okay, let me ask you a straight question, because I know you're a straight-talking politician. Whether it's net zero, illegal immigration, or law and order, nothing is off limits. You have the power then. Yeah, and now you've lost it. That's the Camilla Tominey Show, a politics show that's fearless. But no, let me finish my question if you don't mind, because it is my show. Sundays at 9:30, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around, a nation that no longer knows what it is.
You represent, I think, an interesting point of view where, on one hand, you told me, Will, I don't want unity with people who can't acknowledge the horrific nature of assassination, of murder. On the other, you also feel optimistic, a little bit like what I just heard from Eric Trump about the future of America.
Oh, very much so. I think what I'm delighted about is I think, first of all, there's a ceiling on how many people are going to have their eyes open ever, and that ceiling is quite low, and that's fine, because they're not the ones making decisions in terms of the populace. But I think there is an increasing understanding that the time for dialogue is over. I don't think President Trump, even in the first term when he ran in 2015, 2016, he said, I'm a deal maker, I'm going to sit down with Pelosi and cut these deals. He's not saying that anymore. He understands the reality of the situation. So I think, one of my points I say is the best argument against gun control is gun proliferation. These people aren't arguing in good faith. There's no point in sitting down having a discussion, because they're never going to say, oh, well, I lost that argument. You get to have your way. It's never a thing. Everything is always legitimate that they're opposed to the point of advocating for violence for those who would pass laws or do things that they're duly elected to do. So I think this understanding that Ayn Rand had this great quote where she said, I'm not looking for honest disagreement, I'm looking for honest agreement. And I think there comes a time, and I think that time is long past, where this kind of bill bridging is of no utility. because these people aren't negotiating good faith.
You had this great line yesterday off camera with me where you said, I think everybody pines for the 1980s. They pine for this moment when Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill would argue vigorously and then afterwards go hit the golf course. And now the fear is that the analogous Tip O'Neill would hit you over the head with his club.
That's right. Yeah, and it's scary, but I think people need to understand what they're up against. And I think something else we discussed is I think COVID was exposed a lot of the nature of who people are, those who love freedom, are up against. When you saw people advocating for kids being taken away from parents who didn't get their kids vaccinated, when you saw the Canadian truckers, I don't know if people realize this, when they had a convoy in Canada, the cops were saying, we might take their children away from them. It's not safe for them over there. And the media cheered them on. So and the whole thing with, giving kids sterilizing drugs and things of this nature, when you realize, and also normalizing predation upon children and disregarding it as just another lifestyle choice, when you realize what you're dealing with, these are things that you and I, never listened to this, would have thought as unthinkable maybe 10, 11 years ago, and now it's in first grade. So I think there is an understanding of we've gone way too far, and talking isn't going to get us back.
I think you're a great student of history, Michael. My question is not what we're dealing with on two levels. One, the basic struggle of human nature.
Sure.
And then on the deeper level, that struggle within human nature is the struggle of good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm getting at is, we're not actually in an aberration moment in history. We are actually regressing to the norm. There have been moments in American history where we were very capable of transcending that tribal, inherently violent, zero-sum game fight for power. That's the story of man.
Yeah, that's right.
Until fairly recently.
That's right. Well, I think people need to remember that one of my favorite founding fathers, and I'm sure yours, Patrick Henry, in 1765, before America existed, stood in the Virginia House of Burgesses, pointed at King George and said, I would remind King George that Caesar had his Brutus, King Charles had his Cromwell, and everyone starts yelling treason, treason. And he'd do well to pop from their example. If this be treason, make the most of it. So he was arguing for King George to meet the guillotine in 1765. So there's been a long history of dissent, but it was always regarded toward political figures when there's no other option, like the last resort. It was never this idea of Charlie Kirk, someone who's a political pundit. This is something that is.
This is what I'm talking about. They'll get to a point where if the conservatives are attacked by the Marxists or the ultra liberals, whatever term you want to use, and there's more violence and more coordinated disruption and stealing and burning down the towns and all this stuff, if this continues to happen, and a continuation of the erosion of our civil liberties, the conservatives are going to have to fight back and have to go kinetic against the Marxists. It's going to happen. I mean, that's just the arc of history.
No one was arguing for shooting H.L. Mencken or Walter Cronkite. And the cheering, I think the key to cheering, as we discussed a little bit yesterday, isn't just that they're cheering, it's not that people have these thoughts, that they're broadcasting them on TikTok, on social media, expecting and correctly expecting accolades for it instead of condemnation.
Let's be, you are a honest, self-aware truth teller. Let's be as charitable and as self-aware as possible. The gut instinct answer, it may be where we end up, but if a corollary of Charlie Kirk was assassinated on the left, they would burn down the town. That's what they would do. They'd go across I hate all these damn commercials. They would go across the towns and burn it down. Because they're crazy. The ultra liberals are crazy. I'm just trying to think of.
Let's not even put a name. Just somebody.
Okay.
Right.
I can honestly say, this is my belief, and I'm trying with all self-awareness. Yes, there would be some fringe elements. There would be. There always is. But I do not think you'd see this level of celebration of her or any left-wing commentator's death.
Well, I think I also want to point out, if Officer Harris had won this election, and this had happened to Charlie Kirk, we would be seeing a crackdown on free speech the likes we've never seen in this country. She would be talking to Facebook, and Elon would take her calls, but TikTok and all these other outlets. and they'll be striking down so-called hate speech and violent speech, by which they mean anything that doesn't favor the administration. They were talking about this since Hillary ran in 2016. Tim Walz talked about this openly. There has been, in the same way that the Democrats wanted socialized healthcare since the days of Harry Truman, Bill Clinton tried to put it through, was that 40 years later. This has been for a couple of decades now, this idea of, it started in Fox News. The fact that even Fox News exists was some kind of existential horror to the left. It's still regarded as some kind of, correctly, enormous threat to the left. So they have been waiting for an excuse to do what they're doing in Canada and doing in England. And I was delighted to hear what you said, and I agree with you entirely, that for Pam Bondi to be walking into this trap is completely un-American and deranged to me, because the conservatives have learned that in the same way the Patriot Act was only against terrorists, and 5 minutes later the definition of a terrorist is someone who owns a gun. Hate speech is very quickly going to be, as soon as a Democratic president, and there's going to be one, someone who that Democrat hates.
I have no idea what's going through the mind of the Attorney General. I have no idea what's going through the mind of Pam Bondi. There is today, as many pointed out, a legitimate investigation into the depth of this particular act of violence. Was it or was it not a singular, insane, hypnotized, acculturated, insane individual, or was it part of a larger network? And that's worthy of real law enforcement investigation of potential charges. I also believe there are limits to the First Amendment. The Supreme Court has drawn that line at direct incitement to violence.
Correct.
And we will, I think we should be vigilant.
Yes.
I think in this very moment, there is people beginning to push that boundary.
Yes.
I think that I have played a clip, and I will play more in the coming moments. For example, from YouTube streamer Destiny, which I can't say is certainly a direct incitement to violence, but we're getting very close to direct incitement to violence, which would require government action against certain speech. But hate speech is entirely un-American.
It doesn't exist. It's like this concept of gun violence, whereas in all these countries with gun laws, they're just stabbing each other and children are assaulted by migrants. It's completely insane. It's completely un-American. And there's no precedent for it. Like, there's precedent for obscenity laws. There's precedent for the sedition laws, which are obviously insane. But hate speech is an entirely university concept. And as people watching the show understand, the university is where the poisoning starts.
It's a Marxist takeover.
Let's stay on the note of information for just one moment.
It's a Marxist takeover. People have to push back. It's that simple. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the gel. You can get it in the quick dispenser or the tube form. Make sure you have some at work and at home. You never know when you need it. It's dual purpose. You can put it on a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn and help to heal it. You can use it as an aftershave. You can use it as a daily skincare. And if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. You're going to need this in the fall and the winter, trust me. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Be prepared, because something's coming in the fall and the winter.
Michael, so this is polling that asks people, as far as you know, is the person who shot Charlie Kirk, and then the polling asks people to respond. Is Charlie Kirk a Democrat? 21% said yes. A Republican, 24% said yes. Not sure.
Zero helps me take my business anywhere I want.
Said yes. Not sure, 40%. But it gets worse. Let me show you exactly how this breaks down. As far as you know, is the person who shot Charlie Kirk among Democrats, Independents, and Republicans. So is the person who shot Charlie Kirk a Democrat? Only 8% of Democrats believe that to be the case. Meanwhile, 40% of them think that he is a Republican. We've got a real problem with information.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the definition in their mind of a Republican is someone who does something bad. So since he did something bad for some of them, therefore he's a Republican. It's also what we spoke about yesterday, the idea that anyone who is against you must be a Nazi. That Charlie, who's probably the most moderate of all these conservative pundits, was regarded as the most extreme, because there's such a frenzy in this anti-Trump dementia that it's kind of like everyone becomes indistinguishable. And we saw it. I mean, we live in a country where Mitt Romney was considered, some kind of radical jihadist. So, and people say this with a straight face. So it's like we were talking about earlier, there's no room for discourse with this. This is not a fact-based scenario.
Okay, I want to come back to there's no room for discourse. I do want to pick up on something you said a moment ago. this stands out in American history. While the eternal battle for human nature is good and evil on each side, one of us, and the great accomplishment of the American experiment is to push us beyond those tribal instincts. You still see this as a unique moment because H.L. Mencken wasn't the target for assassination. Right. Charlie Kirk is not William McKinley. Charlie Kirk is not a president wherein we have seen political figures be assassinated. Charlie Kirk is a commentator, right, sharing free speech. And we haven't seen that type of thing in the past. When you said that, it makes me sort of run through my Rolodex of history. I think you're much more well-versed than I am and able to pull off your fingertips examples of history. The best that I can come up with, just off the top of my head, would be the French Revolution, where private citizens were hauled before the guillotine. Right. The Jacobins wanted a purity of their civilization. That's right. But that was largely drawn the lines of elites and the common man. The common man, and quite honestly, the elites who felt out of the elite circles, driving the common man to find their fellow elites to place on the guillotine. Right. I just want to try to find this moment in history that we live in today in the past, because I think it tells us something about our future.
Yeah, I agree with you. But first of all, the only example I can think was Larry Flint. So Larry Flint was shot. They didn't kill him, but he was like a public figure and kind of roughly analogous, but obviously he's a pornographer, so there's nothing that Charlie would be in favor of. I think what's different is because of social media, everyone, for better or worse, has a platform to make their voice heard. So back in the day, if you were a fan of William McKinley, getting assassinated in Buffalo, you would have thought, okay, no one, I can't say this out loud. I don't have a mechanism. There's no newspapers can print my article, and I'm going to feel alone. But now, thanks to social media, if I'm that person who has that rabid view, very quickly I'm part of a network where it's like, no, you're the same one. Everyone else is crazy, and there's no counterpoint to that. So it becomes this kind of self-fulfilling prophecy. And I think social media, for better or worse, and in this case clearly worse, is an enormous mechanism for radicalizing people in every direction.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the nattokinase. Nattokinase will break up clots because it's fibrinolytic, and it's going to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. So please take this every day to help with your cardiovascular health. It's super important to take a fibrinolytic enzyme like nattokinase and help improve your lipid profile. But not just every day to help with your cardiovascular health. You're going to need this for the fall and the winter. Very important. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the nattokinase. Be prepared for the fall and the winter.
Waiting for the press conference with JP Morgan's Bob Michael, Diana Swamp of KPMG, and Deutsche Bank's Matthew Lazzetti. And finally, breaking it all down, Chair Powell's news conference has already happened, and we will be speaking with former New York Fed President Bill Dudley and BlackRock's Jeff Rosenberg.
That is a stacked lineup right there for the next few hours. Joining us around the table, Greg Peters of PG Fixed Income. Greg, good afternoon. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Can this Fed meet this market?
Doubtful. There's a lot of drama around this current meeting. It seems to me it's almost like a B-rated drama with interesting subplots. So I think 25 is obviously assured. There is a remote chance of 50, but it's all about kind of inside. What does the step look like? How do we parse out kind of the new participants? How political is it? How much gamesmanship is going on? So that's the interesting twist of it. But the end result, I think, is uneventful, honestly.
So the B-rated drama, I want to get into this. Mean Girls, is that essentially what you're going to be looking for?
I was thinking more like Sunday night movie at midnight.
Okay, hold on a second. Yeah. But this is important. How do you view the B-rated movie aspect of this, given that some of the personalities and projections might actually become the mainstream, the sort of core of the Fed's opinions come 2026?
Yeah, that's quite right? So I think we'll learn more over time, and so we'll see how quite frankly, politicized the Fed is internally. And we'll see that through the SEP and the forecast. Increasingly, you'll see it through the speeches. But I guess the point today is you might see it through the dissent side, right? And so it feels like most people believe there's 3 dissents that ease more, but there's also a possibility of dissents on the other side. So that could actually really show some bedlam kind of within. I personally don't think it's a bad thing. I think just having consensus all the time isn't constructive, but how this is manifesting this time might be a little different because it's playing a different game, maybe a little more political than normal.
And I was watching the Kansas City Fed chief, the president, I should say, to see what he does. I want to go where Lisa was. I was kidding her about the mandates, but we've got an inflation study, a job study. 7 years ago, pre-pandemic, Stephen Roach and Morgan Stanley wrote a blistering critique of the Fed on asset bubbles. It's your fault. Because you at Ph.D. would price bonds to perfection, price up, yield down. Does he have to address today the bond market asset bubble and the equity market asset bubble? We're seeing China stocks to the moon and the rest.
I don't think that's part of the calculus, honestly. I think the clear focus is on inflation and labor. The asset bubble is not, I think, part of the thinking at this current point. You go back to Greenspan, and it took years for that irrational exuberance to play out. So I think there was a lesson there, but I do think the mandate is more tilted towards growth than inflation. And what that means for 2026, what I don't think enough people are talking about is what does 2026 look like? So if you have an environment where you have a fiscal thrust coming through, which is expected, you have a more accommodative central bank, you have kind of a pull forward of AI productivity, what does that do to inflation? And what does that do to growth? And so if you run an economy really hot, then that could change how the Fed thinks about the rate path next
I'm
year.
very, very pleased you brought up this issue. This could well be the last time we get a forecast from Chairman Powell without knowing who the next Federal Reserve Chair is actually going to be. By the time you get to December, we can have a pretty good idea of what the post-Powell world looks like. Mark Cabana of Bank of America asked a really provocative question this morning. It's asked it a few times. Why would they stop at 3? Why would they just stop at 3%? How hot is this Fed with new leadership willing to run things?
Well, you have to count on, hope for the credibility factor, right? And so I think there's 2 different minds here. So there's a mind of getting into the role, but then I think ultimately your reputation is bond, so to speak, right? So I don't think anyone wants to taint their own reputation or really taint the reputation of the Fed itself. So I do think they'll be contained by that, but it is an open question. We don't know. So there is a bias to be more easy, I think, but where neutral is or where being accommodative is always an open question, and I think we'll test that thesis in 2026 for sure.
This is a compelling point, the idea that the discipline will be imposed by the bond market, and ultimately the bond vigilantes will come back, particularly at the long end, and will impose a sense of restraint on the Fed and on the administration. Do they still exist if there's, say, is yield curve control or, say, some sort of creative balance sheet use?
That's exactly the point. I actually don't think there's such a thing as a bond vigilante. I think that's an artifact from the past. But I think from a bond investing standpoint, it is really difficult to lean in continuously into the steepener view because of that risk, right? That risk of changing the issuance in the back end, doing buybacks, some form of financial repression. And so it's a very, treacherous place to be given that. And that is why the U.S. has kind of outperformed other global markets because of that. They've done a better job on the debt management front, number one, and then number two, investors have a keen eye on changing that dynamic to keep back end yields down.
The inflation adjusted rate is a residual. Sometimes it's hard to guess. We had the 10-year real yield come down. I'm going to call it at the bottom of the range. You're the pro on this. What is the significance of with the chit chat today? We get a real yield that really breaks down.
I mean, real yield is an interesting measure, right? One measure, high real yield means like that's a very good growth environment. That's one that you should do well in from a risk standpoint. Post GFC, it was inverted and perverted in a way where negative and low meant it was good for risk taking. So I think we're in a much more kind of normalized zone, which is to say, having real yields, kind of a 1% type of zip code is where we're supposed to be. I think that's a truer measure of economic activity than the previous kind of regime.
We've got about 60 seconds left in this segment at least, and we can continue this conversation. How are you thinking about the relationship between the debate at the front end of the curve and the story further out along the curve? Are the two things connected? Right now, if they drop yields at the front end, what happens to the long end?
Well, they're connected and they're not all at the same time. So the front end of the curve is a much cleaner place to invest, right? Because it is clearly driven by central bank policy. So the closer you get to that central bank policy reaction function, the cleaner it is. As you go out the curve, yes, it's driven by central bank policy action, of course, but it's driven by so many other factors that are beyond your control, right? It has to do with inflation, of course, growth expectations, and this pesky term called risk premium.
Brilliant. John, does Dr. Myron know that?
I think Governor Myron does. I've got some respect for Governor Myron. Going into this meeting, he doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who takes big swings in the meeting. Will he take big swings when it comes to the dissent? I think that's a very, very different question today. I don't think he's going to go and be rude to people and tell them they're all doing a horrendous job. But he could well be a little bit more aggressive with that dissent if we do indeed get one.
In other words, 100 basis point rate cut, is that what he thought it was deserved? Is that what we're going to come out and speak to later today? That I think is
I'm not sure how much credible a number closer to 100 would be.
Does that rule him out for any kind of Fed competitor?
Greg Peters is going to stick with us. Greg, it's good to have you with us. Up next on the program, Kathy Jones and Subhash Rajappa.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
In case you missed it on Daybreak Europe, what does it mean if you're an entry-level coder? How much trouble do you think you're in?
Everyone when they get into AI really have to relearn which tool to use well. And if you are technical, you know how coding works, you're actually more productive with Lovable. Anyone can learn to be productive talking to the AI, but there's an advantage for technical people.
So this Daybreak Europe live every weekday.
Okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talked with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Gut Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It does look like the Fed will cut 25 basis points.
A 25 basis point cut.
If they do 25 bips, or if they do even 50, the market should be able to take it.
The Fed will still probably be looking for 2 cuts this year, 3 cuts this year, and more to come next year.
Somewhere between 5 and 6 25 basis point cuts out to 2026.
If you continue to see this kind of momentum on the labor market, to get several more cuts in the back half of the year.
There are signs that you'll continue to see that weakness in the labor market data.
If you look at the trends,
it's weakening in the balance. The Federal Reserve will look at the labor market for now, but they have to keep one eye on inflation.
Chair Powell better sound relatively dovish.
He's going to provide very limited guidance. The big decision 15 minutes away. The consensus view, a move of 25 basis points. Two outliers. SocGen, Standard Chartered, looking for 50 in about 15 minutes' time. The scores into it look like this on the S&P 500, not far off all-time highs. We're down a tenth of 1% this afternoon. In the bond market, 2s, 10s and 30s shaping up as follows. Your bond yield curve looks like this. Yields higher by 4 basis points at the front end, 354. We have rallied a lot at both the front and the long end over the past 6 weeks.
Yeah, and we've seen even a rally in credit. Just to give you a sense of just how much 10-year yields have rallied. They are down from 4.37% as of July 30th, the last Fed meeting. They are now at 4.03%. Just giving you a sense of that.
Well, a couple of days ago, we popped 3.99 in the 10-year, and this morning we made a dash toward just for a couple of Sanka. But the answer is yield space is moving. Greg Peters is exhausted.
Go further out, go to 30s. Only a few weeks back, we're at about 5.
Yeah.
Come all the way back down towards 4.5%. And the way the curve has evolved through August into September, August we had a bull steepener, big rally at the front end. September, it's been completely the opposite. We've had a bull flattener, led by the long end.
And the reason for it has been different depending on the person you've spoken to. Some people say it's because of the threat of yield curve control or some sort of machinations in the balance sheet. Other people saying, look, if you have all these people in cash, you cut rates, well, they want to lock in that yield, so they're going to go out the curve. That's a new argument, and we're hearing it more.
Joining us now to discuss, Kathy Jones of Charles Schwab. Greg Peters of Pigeon Fixed Income, still with us. Kathy, let's start with expectations. What are you expecting in about 13 minutes' time?
Yeah, we're looking for 25, which is the consensus. I guess there's an off chance it'll be 50, but given that inflation is still pretty high, I think it's going to be difficult to have a really aggressive rate cut at this stage of the game, even though the labor market's showing signs of deterioration. An unemployment rate in the low 4s is still not that far from what's considered full employment. And then you've got inflation at 3-ish and edging higher. It's very difficult to make the case for 50 in this environment unless you have a really negative view of where the labor market's going.
Given that backdrop, Kathy, why do you think there's been such a rally in the long end of the yield curve since the last Fed meeting?
Well, we've had the rally because the expectation, we've had weak economic data and we have a greater expectation for rate cuts. And so, the market has a lot of rate cuts built into it out to 2027. So the long end's been pulled down by that. But I would point out that the curve is still steepening. We're still looking at a steeper curve as we go forward, even if it's somewhat lower rates. I don't know that the long end can kind of get out of its way if we still have inflation pushing higher, and the dynamics behind inflation are still not great.
Kathy, what's your action plan to put cash to work? I understand we're before the meeting. Let's go after the meeting, but let's take it out to end of next year as well. What's the Kathy Jones action plan given Fed chaos?
Well, we're hoping people aren't too heavily in cash at this stage of the game because we've been encouraging them to be intermediate term on the curve and up in credit quality. And I think that is still our plan. We'll see how Fed policy evolves, we'll see how the economy evolves, but we're really looking for a fair amount of volatility going forward. There's a lot of things on the horizon policy-wise that can shake up the market. So we don't want to go super long, but we don't want to sit in cash because I think the bias is still to cut rates.
Greg Peters, let's get to you on some of this. Why is so many people so comfortable just sitting and waiting in the belly of the curve?
Because they're positive carry, right? Positive carry and roll. It's the bond investor's dream. And so you look at just the level of yields, the steepness of the curve. It's it's a very good environment for just being in bonds, and I would say that's a global story, just not a U.S. story. So I don't think the bond quote unquote bull market goes away. I think it's a very robust environment for bonds. One point I want to just make though, just on volatility.
Sure.
What's really important to watch is the trend in volatility. Typically, what you see as the Fed enters the easing cycle, volatility broadly comes down and pulls volatility down. So if you actually see vol likely move higher in this rate easing cycle, that could be a sign that there's concerns around, Fed independence, risk around the economy, all these other types of things. So it's something to watch for. It sounds like an arcane part of the market, but it's a really important one to get a view into.
Greg, how crowded is the long bond right now? The shorts were pretty crowded, and they got stopped out, and that was probably a significant part of it. At this point, how balanced is positioning?
Yeah, so positioning is much more balanced. So you're quite right. The move was around positioning, right? I think at the end of the day, we're fitting a narrative to the positioning trade more than anything else. But the positioning side is much cleaner. As a consequence, I think there's room again for the curve to kind of gently re-steepen here. But positioning has played a part. It will continue to play a part. And so this is how we invest these days.
Kathy Jones, are you writing a strategy as a Fed cut? Is it one-off or is a series of rate cuts on the edge of Greenspan? What strategy are you writing right now?
We do think there'll be a series of rate cuts, but we're not expecting the cycle, so much as we can tell at this moment in time, to be as deep as the market has priced in. So, and that's because our view on inflation is that it's going to remain stubborn because of tariffs, because of immigration policy, you name it, there are a number of reasons. And so we're looking at a series of rate cuts, but not as deep as what the market has priced in. Another reason we're being kind of cautious and anticipating volatility is because we think the market's gotten pretty far ahead of where the Fed is likely to go. And then you add in all the uncertainty about who's running policy at the Fed and the future, and it becomes a stew pot of factors that could cause vol to pick up.
And this is something Brian Moynihan was essentially alluding to earlier on this morning, that in 2026 you could have a sticky inflation story that may constrain that easing bias of the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, speaking not only of Brian Moynihan, but all of the people under him and the acceleration you're seeing in consumer spending, and then speaking to Scott Kirby over at United and hearing the same thing, this reacceleration in consumer spending, it doesn't scream some sort of slowdown or recessionary condition.
They're talking about resilience. We're talking about an equity market near all-time highs, investment-grade credit spreads near multi-decade tights, and yet we're having a conversation about whether this Fed in 7 minutes' time will cut interest rates by 25 basis points or 50. Subhadra Rajamka of SocGen is with us now for more. Subhadra, I want to get to you on that. The 50 basis point view. Is that what you and the team are looking for, and ultimately why?
I think the spirit of the call from our economists is the fact that given the information we have on the job market and the revisions, quite dramatic, the Fed has some catching up to do. So the idea is that the Fed is going to have to front load some of these cuts between now and the end of the year. So whether it's a 50 basis point cut at the September meeting and then another 25 basis point cut, or a series of 25 basis point cuts, these cuts coming earlier and sooner makes a lot more sense given the fact that we now know that there's a decent amount of weakness in the labor market. That said, I am sympathetic to the market pricing of cuts, which is calling for, 3 cuts, but kind of more spread out as opposed to 50 basis points at the September meeting. The data, especially recent data, the retail sales data has been very strong. And outside of the labor market, most of the other data points that we've gotten, ISMs, et cetera, have also been somewhat surprising to the upside. So given the fact that the economy is in a relatively good spot, the Fed does have a little bit of luxury in spreading out those cuts.
Subhadra, you're talking about the evening special on Sunday on C-SPAN. We're going to talk about the B movie, at least as Greg Peters was talking about earlier, the sort of drama in the background. In other words, to put it bluntly, how much does it really matter to you as a bond strategist what Stephen Myron says, given that he is a new governor and he has the full backing of the president?
It does matter. I think words do matter. I think the fact that if at least optically, when you have maybe 3 governors dissenting for the first time since the late 80s, I think that that's really going to stand out. And what will be interesting is if you actually have dissents on the hawkish side, and that will really make the meeting very colorful. I mean, if I could, I'd love to be a fly on the wall in these discussions over the last couple of days. But again, I think that these statements and sentiments do carry value. I think broadly speaking, I think that's what the market's trying to suss out as well, because if you look into the end of next year, you're looking at a pretty decent amount of cuts being priced in. So the market is assigning a higher probability for a much more dovish, Fed committee, FOMC committee next year.
So, Barbara, Societe Generale is a Paris bank in a nation in complete total uproar. We all know the French story, the politics and all. This Fed meeting is invaded by politics. Does Jerome Powell have to speak to the non-financial America out there?
Yeah, he always does. I think that the messaging has always been very clear and simple. They do look at policy for all Americans, all sectors of the economy. They are going to take into account that there are certain sectors of the economy that are particularly coming under, pressure, especially if you look at, the employment side of the picture. We still have haves and have-nots economy. So Powell, I think, is going to be very, very focused on trying to keep basically all constituents of the economy in mind while changing policy. And that's part of the reason why I think it makes sense for them to front-load cuts this year.
Kathy, for 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes until we get that decision, if you were in the press conference, what would your one question be to Fed Chair Jay Powell if you had one?
Well, I'm going to assume that whoever went before me asked about squaring up the dual mandate with the rate cut. And I would go on to ask a bit more about the concept of maturity matching on the balance sheet. This is something Governor Waller has talked about, and I think Stephen Myron might embrace as well. And I think that has some implications longer term for how the Fed proceeds and how the market develops. So I would definitely ask that question if I had the chance.
Balance sheet management, Bramo, keeps coming up, doesn't it? Yield curve control,
right?
All of these things, these questions keep coming up.
Yield curve control under another name. I mean, if people start tuning out and they hear, tweaking the balance sheet and maturity matching, that is another way of backdoor yield curve control that a lot of people are trying to understand.
Kathy Jones and Charles Schwab, Samantha Schafer of SocGen, to the both of you, thank you. That decision is about 2 minutes and 30 seconds away. We talked about this 3-part act. We got a statement, the forecast, the news conference. Let's just sit on the forecast. The Federal Reserve has to project and forecast not payrolls, but unemployment. And going into this, I wonder if we're going to be surprised more by how much the SEP changes or by how much the SEP actually remains the same. How much can these forecasts around things like unemployment for inflation actually change? And that's what's interesting about the moment. Typically, when the Fed is projecting more interest rate cuts, you'd expect a big downgrade to growth. You'd also expect an upgrade to unemployment. We might not get that in 2 minutes' time.
Especially given the fact that we're at a pretty neutral pace. Just taking a look at where we were, the projection was for 4.5% at the end of this year in terms of an unemployment rate and a 3.1% core PCE. It wasn't expected to shift that much on either front over the following couple of years.
John, I think what you bring up is a really, really important point. What confidence do we have in our guesses up to June of next year, December? Liz Ann Saunders had the map of the day. It was household insurance across America. Let me tell you, half of America is flat on their back with fixed costs surging.
This is the question, I think, for the committee today and for the news conference too for Chairman Powell. And there was a key difference between how he addressed this question in July and how he's thinking about it over at Jackson Hole in August. What is anchoring your view on the labour market right now? Is it the unemployment rate? Is it measures of slack? Or is it payrolls growth? Because the Chairman Powell of July was very different to the Chairman Powell of August.
Who said that it was really important back in July to look at the unemployment rate and then the payrolls headline figure. The problem is, right now, people really dispute the idea that we have the same kind of labor market that requires 150, 200,000 jobs created per month, and that this is more of a 50,000 a month kind of break-even rate that we should be looking at.
Do you get lulled into a bigger conversation, a bigger decision than you otherwise would have made? And that's something that this Federal Reserve has to confront today and for the next several months. That decision is 20 seconds away. The question is not if they'll cut interest rates. The question is by how much, 25 or 50, and how much can you project in the guidance, the forecast? Equities going into it just about unchanged in the S&P 500. In the bond market, 2s, 10s, 30s look like this. Your 2-year bond yield up by 3 basis points with your Fed decision. Here is Mike McKee.
The answer to your question, John, is a 1/4 percentage point cut as expected, but Fed officials also see 2 more cuts this year in October and December, according to the new dot plot. There was one dissent, and that is from Stephen Myron, the Trump representative on the board, who wanted no cuts this time. Who wanted rather 2 cuts this time, 50 basis points. Next year, the committee sees only 1 cut so far, but the dispersion is very wide. And the very bottom dot for next year is at 2.75%, suggesting once again that is Stephen Myron. The committee sees that the risks to that they are attentive to the risks of both sides of their mandate, but they say the risks to the downside for unemployment have increased, and that's the reason that they are cutting rates today. They also adjust the forward guidance in the statement to drop the word extent and just say in considering additional changes to the target range in the future, they will consider all kinds of options. There is no real change to their economic forecast, but we don't know exactly why that is, whether it's because Myron contributed different numbers than others, or Anna Paulson, the new Philadelphia Fed president, contributed different numbers than others. But the growth rate is marked up for this year to 1.6% from 1.4%, and the unemployment rate is unchanged at 4.5%. PCE inflation at 3% is unchanged from their July forecast, and core PCE inflation unchanged at 3.1%. There's no change overall to the balance sheet. And once again, there was one dissent, Stephen Myron, the new member of the board from the Trump administration. The rest of the board, including Mickey Bogle and Chris Waller, satisfied with moving the rate down to the range of 4 to 4.25%.
Mike McKee, thank you, sir. Stay close. We'll take some time to internalise what we've just heard from the Federal Reserve. A lot of information. Equities off the back of it, still just about positive by 1/10 of 1%. In the bond market, yields just a little bit lower at the front end of the curve, down by 2 basis points on 2s to 3.48. In foreign exchange, some euro strength, some dollar weakness. We approach 119 on euro dollar, which is its own story, which we'll get to later, 118.84. I want to do a couple of things. Let's take the forecast and just focus on 2025 and 2026. And I just want to focus on where the projections were in June and where they are now. And just go through this piece by piece. For GDP, compared to June, that's an upgrade for this year and for next year. For the medium dot, we've gone from 3.9 in June down to 3.6 for now. So we're looking for another 2 cuts. For next year, we've come down from 3.6 to 3.4. And PCE has remained pretty stable, I've got to say, for this year. For next year, they're looking at around 2.6%, up from 2.4. So just get into this a little bit more. What an odd decision we've got here, Bramo. Now, this Federal Reserve, and you don't usually see this, has cut interest rates by 25 basis points, has increased by just 1 interest rate cut relative to where we were in June for this year. At the same time, they've upgraded growth, kept unemployment basically unchanged, and basically projecting CPI to be sticky and close to 3%.
And saying in their statement that inflation has moved up and remains somewhat elevated as their SEP, their Statement of Economic Projections, suggests. So then why is the bond market rallying? Why are yields down even at the long end if this is basically the projection that inflation will remain high and they will cut into that inflation? And what this hints at, and this I think is really going to be interesting, is this clear desire by the Federal Reserve to overweight the economy, even allowing inflation to run hot, and they will keep cutting despite that inflation. That is what is getting translated into this market.
We'll cross back over to Mike McKee if he's still with us and hasn't run off to the news conference just yet. Because Mike, they're good. Mike, I want to come back to you. How original is to see this, to see a rate cut, to see the projection of more to come, at the same time all these other things are happening with the forecast? How can you explain that?
Well, I think there's 2 possibilities, and they both center around the new members on the board, Anna Paulson from the Philadelphia Fed, and most probably Stephen Myron. When you look at the range of the forecasts For GDP, they moved up the bottom range and the top range, and the same is true with the unemployment rate. It didn't move at all, but inflation didn't move. And it seems that Myron probably put in stronger growth, lower unemployment, and at least unchanged or lower inflation going forward. And that probably accounts for the changes in the forecast. What's really interesting is the wide dispersion in 2026 dots. There's clearly no consensus yet on how many rate cuts they're going to want to see, except Mr. Myron thinks rates will go down to the 2.5% to 2% range.
Mike, I know you've got to run, but when you go into that news conference, you're starting to think about questions already. What do you want to know from Chairman Powell?
Well, I think you guys were phrasing it well there in your reaction. If inflation isn't going down, then why are you cutting rates is sort of a basic fundamental question here.
Mike McKee, with the latest. You get ahead to that news conference. It starts in about 25 minutes' time, so we've got 25. The Federal Reserve.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Boomer Boost. This will help with your cardiovascular system, brain function, musculature, improve your energy levels, and rev up your metabolism. It has 68 nutrients. It's very comprehensive compound profile shown on the screen here. You can read the label on my website. You can stack it with the Gladiator barley or even the heirloom barley, but you should be taking this every day. You'll notice the positive effects of this within 72 hours. You take this over a longer period of time and you're actually going to notice you're slowing down the aging process and you're improving multiple organ systems. Another very important part of my protocol to boost up the immune system and help with your cardiovascular health is taking ashwagandha to control your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. Lignans to help with your immune system, your endocrine system, bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals. And turmeric brings down inflammation and soaks up those free radicals. Stack them together to get that max benefit, and you're going to be improving your cardiovascular system and your immune system. And it's very important to take this stack because something's going to happen in the fall and the winter, and you better be prepared.
Well, takeaway is definitely prioritizing growth. Not surprised that Myron was far afield. I am surprised by only one dissent, though. But I think most people thought, myself included, you'd have three. But I think the question that we're not asking is inflation itself. So is embedded in that forecast, is it still a transitory inflation component driven by tariffs that roll off over time? And so if indeed that is factoring in to the Fed, forward thinking, then that does mean there's more room for cuts because they're not as worried about that inflation component. So I would just be hesitant to look at the inflation number in abstract. I think what's driving it underneath is the key.
To your point, there is a very clean, dare I say, convenient glide path back down to 2% in the forecast from 3.1 for this year, 2.6 for next, 2.1 after that, down to 2 for core PCE.
Yeah, there's a big rebuttal on that, and that is in the dollar. And you mentioned this earlier. And the idea that long-term bonds, yields are falling, you're seeing a rally across the board in everything but the dollar, which just hit the lowest levels going back for the entirety of this year. That is speaking volumes about exactly what you just pointed to.
We just took out 119 on euro dollar. Let's head over to Europe and catch up with Bob Michael at JP Morgan in the heart of foreign exchange in the city of London. Bob, great to get your thoughts. You've had about 8 minutes to go over this one. What jumps out to you, sir?
Couple things jump out. Greg's right. One dissent was surprising. We certainly thought there would be 3 pushing for 50 basis point rate cuts and possibly 2 suggesting nothing. And then also the fact that 2 rate cuts were pulled forward into this year. We thought there would just be 1 more for this year. So more or less where we were last time. It tells me that this is a Fed that locked arms, felt this was time to reduce policy from what was surprisingly restrictive to them. They were probably shaken by the labor market revisions and thought, wow, we've kept policy a lot more restrictive than we thought. Let's start getting to neutral and let's do it in unified fashion. I think this is good for the markets.
Bob, good for the markets. Let's talk about which ones. It might be good for risk assets. How much can this keep being supportive for long-term bonds, given that theoretically higher inflation would come on the heels of a prioritization of growth, and typically higher inflation is bad for long-term bonds?
Well, I wonder if the indication of higher inflation is just a suggestion to us not to expect 50 basis point rate cuts in here, but 25, perhaps every meeting for the next few meetings. Maybe they don't get down to 3% right away. They pause somewhere around 3.5 either side of that. I get that. I'm sort of with the Fed. We don't really know the shape of inflation until we see the final shape of tariffs. Right now, the evidence is pretty good. Businesses have absorbed some of it, and the consumer hasn't really pushed back all that much. And there's been signs of disinflation. So I'm not that concerned about inflation.
But your colleague Michael Feroli made global headlines a long time ago talking about a sub 2% potential GDP. Without COVID, tri-stimulus, and all the rest, and the legislation, these median growth estimates today, do we have to get used to this sub 2% real GDP?
It doesn't feel like we're going to have to get used to it. It feels like we live in a world where policy will be generous on the accommodative side, both fiscal and monetary. We're looking at dots now, but we also haven't weighed in. Forget about tariffs. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act, that starts to hit in earnest in the first quarter. So I wouldn't be surprised to see GDP estimates go up next year.
For those of you just tuning in, about 11 minutes ago, the Federal Reserve made the decision to cut interest rates by 25 basis points. There was one dissent, an individual looking for a 50 basis point cut. That was the newly minted Governor Myron sent over from the White House.
Does he have a business card?
Federal Reserve. I want to get to something, CK. Check this out. Go to the dot plot and the projections. And if you go to the dot plot and you look at 2025, there is a very lonely dot at the very bottom of the screen, and it's sub 3%, not for next year, but for this year. There is a dot there, just below 3% for 2025. Now, we're all asking, of course, when you follow those things, there are no names on the dots. You don't know who they belong to, but I think we've got a pretty good idea who this might have come from. We've been asking how aggressive Governor Myron might be. The dissent is one story. The push for a whole lot more for the year ahead.
You mean 125 basis points of rate cuts by the end of this year seems a little bit aggressive? Look, to me, that is notable, and it might be exceptional for people to hear that and absurd if you think about the growth in the economy. And yet, how much is the market trading off this? And I wonder, how much does this have disproportionate weight in the market? Because this is someone who really is coming with the backing of the president and could be some sort of signification of who he might pick next year.
I can see this picture out of Cottrell Myers. So let's take this picture. And for our audience at home, I'm just going to articulate what we see on the screen right now. So you've got this lonely dot for 2025. And then in 2026, you've got this additional story to think about. This massive spread in expectations from individual policymakers of the Federal Reserve. Lisa, they've got absolutely no idea what 26 brings, what 27 brings. Right. This is a low conviction Federal Reserve. And you've got to bear that in mind when you go into this news conference. These guys are not gods. They haven't got crystal balls. They are clueless going into next year.
We're all clueless. And when we were speaking today to some of the heads of retail banking, what we have seen is retailers themselves don't know how much they can pass along inflation, how much there will be this elasticity in terms of demand.
Greg Peters is not clueless.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the D3, vitamin D3, super important, especially during the fall and the winter. It works even better when you take it with magnesium. So you can get that from my store also. Vitamin D3 helps with gene expression, and it helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis, especially if they're infected. Better get some, especially for the fall and the winter. And also take vitamin K2 and K7 molecule. You stack them together and you do resistance training. It's going to help with your bone density and dual purpose. It'll also help with your cardiovascular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin D3 and the K2, help with your cardiovascular health and your bone density. But also, vitamin D is super important for the fall and the winter. Something's going to happen in the fall and winter. Pay attention.
And you know, neutral, right? And so we have a long way to go. As you get much lower, though, that's where things become really quite accommodative, and I think that's a different question. So I think we're all kind of hot and bothered by this move, but the truth of the matter is we're not in neutral territory yet.
In some ways, this was the easy decision. And every decision after this gets a little bit harder. In equities right now this afternoon, equities rolling over on the S&P 500, so negative now by about 0.25%. Check out the Russell, up by 1.24%. The rally for small caps continues. Bond yields still a little bit lower at the front end, lower at the long end. 30s are down by 3 basis points. 2s are down by almost 2 basis points. We've got Bob Michael at JP Morgan still with us. But I want to come back to you. You've just heard from the Federal Reserve. And I don't know what we get in the news conference, but let's just go with what they've told us so far. They're telling us we can upgrade growth, not bring down the projections for inflation, and ultimately offer you more rate cuts. How bullish does that make you as a bond investor?
Aren't they magical? It's all dependent on their policy. If they bring rates down to where they say they're going, they think they are going to cause greater growth and maintain stable inflation. Look, I think there are so many policies in flux on the fiscal side that we don't know yet. I think what we do know is that the labor market was starting to struggle by a greater degree than we all had thought. And we saw that revision and went, and it's time to start relieving some of the pressure on corporate America now.
John, it's 2:16. We've yet to mention tariffs. I find that extraordinary.
So I'm pleased you brought this up, TK, because I think still a lot of people are talking about the tariffs of April as an event and not a process. And I think it's far more important to be open-minded about the process and the potential of pass-through still to come. We know based on the data so far that we aren't seeing the exporters drop prices aggressively. You can see that in import prices. We know based on the data so far that a lot of companies domestically are absorbing this on margin.
Right.
What we don't know is whether they pass on those costs in the next several months and change this inflation picture.
Exactly. And when I look at the Excel spreadsheet from the Fed here and the sub 2% growth, my question is, are we seeing a decline in purchasing power? And that's why you see, the curve coming down and yields coming down right now.
I think what we've seen, Tom, without a doubt, is that we've seen a massive step down in payrolls growth.
Yeah.
That has clearly spooked some members of this Federal Reserve. But Lisa, I think it's key to point out, not all members of this Federal Reserve, that some members of this Fed will still be anchoring their labour market view around what's happening with unemployment, which has been pretty stable through all of this, through the whole of this summer. And look at the forecast from the Fed. They're still forecasting pretty stable unemployment, around 4.5%.
Yeah, which is the dispersion. And going back to that is the reason why I'm struggling to interpret the move in markets right now. Because is the market taking their guidance on Myron or on the idea that there are Fed officials who are pushing back and saying, actually, we need to be tighter? Right now, is this a trial balloon for what it would be if there was a Fed that was being more aggressive? Or are we not there yet? And that, I think, is going to be a tell in terms of, does the bond market
yields are going down. Yields are going down. Dollar is weakening, and right now the S&P 500 is trading at 6,592, so it's below that 6,600 level. I was expecting for it to stay above the 6,600. I'm a little surprised at this, but it's just barely below. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the C60. It's a very strong, very potent antioxidant. It's part of an anti-aging protocol that I have been doing since 2016. It soaks up free radicals, helps the health of the mitochondria, brings down stress in the cell, boosts up your energy levels, helps with your immune system, your endocrine system, brain function, neural health, even your vascular system will improve. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Soak up those free radicals. You can get it in avocado oil, MCT coconut oil, or extra virgin olive oil. Take a teaspoon a day every day. And what that's going to do is help with your different systems, the health of your different systems, and soak up those free radicals and boost up your energy. What you're going to start noticing is that you'll have more energy. You're going to have better functioning organ systems. You're going to start seeing the effects within about 2 months. And by taking this over a year period of time, do it every day, a teaspoon a day, preferably in the morning on an empty stomach for best absorption. But when you do that, you're going to actually notice the before and after over a year period that you look younger, right? It also helps the skin because it's soaking up free radicals and helping the health of the basal layer that produces new skin cells. This stacks well with resveratrol and NAD+, ubiquinol. But it's also the second pillar of my core protocol, right? The foundation, multivitamins and probiotics. The first pillar, max 35 and cleanse to boost up the immune system. Second pillar, the C60 to soak up free radicals. Third pillar, the turmeric, the ashwagandha, the lignans to help with the cardiovascular system and bring down inflammation. And the fourth pillar is boomer boost to boost up those energy levels and rev up your metabolism. And when you take a look at that anti-aging protocol, what you're going to notice is it's targeting all the different main points of the aging process. It's boosting up your energy. It's bringing down inflammation. It's revving up your metabolism. It's soaking up free radicals, right? And then when you approach your health in a holistic way with proper diet and exercise, filtering your water, staying away from processed foods, doing the 4 modalities of exercise, cardio, balancing, stretching, and resistance training, and activating that cerebellum, getting your body into parasympathetic mode by meditation or spirituality, learning new things to get that positive neuroplasticity going. These are all beneficial, getting proper sleep, eating properly. When you do this in a holistic way with the proper supplementation, you're going to slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the great products that I offer, get the stacks, as I've been telling how to stack these throughout this broadcast. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. And if you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the C60, take it every day. I've been doing this since 2016. It slows down the aging process. And when you couple it with the other supplements, you get added benefits. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
That's a really tough position to be in, and it gets to the heart of what we're still dealing with is the embers of the pandemic inflation. We're still smoldering when you added on the tariff-induced increases in prices, and that's what's really tough for the Fed to deal with and for the average American, because remember, even when the labor market was much more robust, when inflation flared, the majority of Americans believed we were in a recession because their purchasing power was eroding and they were losing ground. And I think that's very important because it really gets to the corrosive nature of inflation. And at the end of the day, you cannot get full employment sustained unless you really derail inflation. What we don't know is if this will just be a couple steps up and then just come off, or if it will be more persistent. And that's what he's going to have to emphasize at the press conference today, is that they're going to be mindful to watch what's coming on in terms of how persistent the inflation becomes and how much inflation expectations, to get jargony, get unmoored.
NVIDIA, that's my biggest position, CK, at Hindsight Capital.
You killed me.
I wish.
You just killed it.
Dan Swank of KPMG. Dan, thank you. Appreciate it. Matt Azzetti of Deutsche Bank standing by. Matt, welcome to the program. What an interesting forecast mix. More rate cuts in our future. Growth apparently okay. Unemployment not a problem. Explain that one, Matt.
Yes, I think for the near term, it's pretty clear. They talked about increased downside risks to the labor market. And so this is all about risk management. It's not about modal forecasts at all. As you noted, growth is stronger, the unemployment rate unchanged for this year, inflation unchanged for this year. You see that at the back of the SCP, their forecast, there was a little bit of a shift in the distribution of risks. Those officials that are more worried about downside risks to the labor market, less officials that are more worried about upside risks to inflation. It's basically in line with what we were anticipating. The Fed shifting in a little bit more dovish direction today, close call on the 2 versus 3 dots. I think the key question for Chair Powell is how much does he lean into the near-term signal of cutting at each meeting this year?
Do you get a sense, Matt, of how much the reaction function has shifted? John's done a really great job of talking about how from July to August, there seemed to be a shift from the unemployment rate to the headlines, payrolls report. Do you have a sense of just how
tolerant this Fed is going to be of inflation well above 2% for years on end and keep cutting?
Look, I think they're showing us that they're pretty tolerant above target inflation. In fact, if you look at their forecast for next year, they actually raised their inflation forecast by 0.2. They raised their growth forecast. They lowered their unemployment rate forecast, and yet we see a lower Fed funds rate. I think the reality is we are now projecting at 5+ years of inflation being at least 50 basis points above their target, and yet they are cutting rates into that environment. So I think it's a Fed where, as long as there are no worries about the labor market, they can be hyper-focused on inflation. But once some of those concerns about the labor market really manifest, you see a pretty dovish shift. And I think that's what we saw from Chair Powell at Jackson Hole, and we're seeing it manifested now through the dot plot.
That was Diane Swamp brought it up, and many others have as well. We're all focused on tariffs and substitution. Are we seeing a decline in purchasing power here? Is there an income effect from tariffs that the Fed has to fold in? And what is this, John? 50 more beeps they're going to do by the end of the year?
Potentially, yeah. Widespread investors though, TK.
125.
TK, Spurs are doing all right.
Yeah, they are. It's not just about purchasing power here. This is a huge issue for Americans, isn't it?
It is, no doubt. But I think the main area where you would first see that is through consumer spending data. And I take Diane's point and the points earlier that there's great dispersion around that data, with that being driven by higher income households. At the same time, GDP growth is tracking above 3% in Q3. It was above 3% in Q2. Retail sales are robust. CapEx growth was strong. So I think it's a Fed where, even if you are seeing it eat into disposable income growth, consumer spending growth in the aggregate is strong, and monetary policy has one blunt tool, which is the Fed funds rate. So really, they're not apt or really able to get at a lot of those distributional issues. I think Chair Powell and the Fed would probably tell you that is more up to fiscal policy, tax and spending policies that we would see from the administration. So I don't think that this is really about trying to alleviate some of those distributional concerns. I think it's concerns about the aggregate labor market, which is not being manifested in strong growth at this point in time, and then just trying to get ahead of it and taking out some insurance against it.
Matt Lazzetti, appreciate it. One of the best, Matt. Thank you, sir. Matt Lazzetti there of Deutsche Bank. The news conference a few minutes away. We often hear people come on the...
Thank you for listening. That's the end of the broadcast. So the Federal Reserve did lower the rate, and we're going to see equities move up over time throughout the trading session and even throughout the different days following today. My target for the S&P 500 is still at 6,800 for year end, all the way up to about 7,000. All right. We're trading right now at 6,607. So it's a little choppy right now. The next resistance level is 6,700. The support level is 6,500. Thank you for listening. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products I offer. Also, please subscribe to my new Substack channel. And if you like the content that I do and you want to help support by donating, you can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, through Stripe, PayPal, or Buy Me a Coffee, or you can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. All these videos are for free. I have thousands of videos for free. So please help support the work that I do. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.